We're ready, sir. Should be on now.
The Board of Adjustment meeting for October 6th will be called to order. Madam Chair, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Brookter?
Here.
Mr. Ballantyne? Here. Mrs. Thomas? Here. Mr. Guidry? Here. Mr. Daly? Here. Mr. Blash? Here. Mr. Spees? Here. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
But before we get into the cases, we have a couple new members. I would like for them to maybe stand and introduce themselves. We had two from last month, and we failed to do that, but we want to recognize them as being a part of this team. So all the new members, will you kind of stand and kind of give us a little background, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Blash. I'm a native of St. Tammany Parish. I live in Mandeville, Louisiana. I served nearly 14 years on the Planning Zoning Commission for the city of Mandeville. Actually was the outgoing zoning chairman. So I just want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to working with you all.
Hi, I'm Sean Daly. I'm a resident of Covington. We've lived there about 7 years. Prior to that, I was on the Lafayette Board of Zoning Adjustment, so I guess I transferred over, and just want to thank you all for the opportunity.
Hi, I'm Dewey Spees. I'm retiring after 12 years on as Justice of the Peace in Lacombe. Also was on the Planning and Zoning Board for 2 years, Economic Development for 7, local Lacombe Recreation Board, and the Fire Board. So I've been around a long time. So been in St. Tammany as a resident 20 years, and I enjoy doing this. Thank you.
Our first case today is case number 2020-1907 BOA. Request by applicant in it. Oh, yes. All right. Couple little meeting notes. We will have election of officers, and we will move that to the end of the meeting. All of you got the minutes from our last meeting. Is there any corrections or deletions that need to take place? Do I have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Bill Ballantyne to approve the minutes from our last meeting. We have a second. All those in favor of that meeting, I guess we have to raise our hand.
That's correct. Motion carries.
Our first case is BOA case number 2020-1907B. Oh, okay. We're going to jump down to our second case number 2020-1945 BOA. This case has been approved to be put on next agenda. Helen, would you kind of give us a little update here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In regards to case 2020-1945, we have a request from the applicant to postpone until the November meeting. However, I was informed that, we have some opposition in the audience, and, they requested to be heard. It is for the board to decide if they want to hear the opposition or make a motion to postpone. at this time, so this is in the hands of the board to make that decision.
We have a motion to postpone. We have a second? We have a second. This case will be postponed until our next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, could we just recognize that the opposition is here for this case, or?
Okay. Do we have anybody want to speak? Yes. Would you come forward, please? State your name.
Hello, we're Susan and Scott Roth. We live on Holiday Road. We are the neighbors of Mr. TJ LeBlanc, who is wishing to apply for this after-the-fact variance. And we have, opposition to it, obviously, and we would like to be able to present that. And I don't know if we have that opportunity to do that right now.
I think you have to wait till next meeting.
And if at minimum, I would like just to ask a question, if I'm not allowed to present, we're not allowed to present
Yeah,
our
what's,
case.
state your question.
We're just trying to kind of get clarification on the ordinance for the 50-foot no-cut buffer. Just trying to kind of get a clear understanding of what is the purpose of that ordinance? Who is it in favor for? Because we feel like it's in favor to protect us, and it was put in place for reasons for in a residential area. So we're a little, I guess, not understanding quite this whole process.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer that question?
Yes.
I think we spoke briefly earlier before noon or around noon, and you asked that question, and I'll be happy to forward you the ordinance. Maybe we started speaking and I failed to completely answer your question. I apologize about that. But if you want to send me an email or if you want to call me tomorrow, I'll be happy to forward you the ordinance. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the ordinance.
Sure. And your name?
I'm Helen Lambert.
Helen, okay,
Yes.
Ms. Lambert, yes, hi. And my final question would be timeline, because the last meeting we were at, it was told to Ms. LeBlanc to go ahead and have prepared for this next meeting plans and a timeline and so forth. So, and she said she agreed to that timeline also, as far as coming to this meeting and having present that. And so I'm just kind of questioning now, is there a timeline, for them to come up with these plans to present? Because we thought, we took off today and in preparation for this.
I'm aware
And-
that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
you.
no, that's okay. So I'm just not sure if there is, a timeline for them to be able to produce this.
I'm aware that she's been in contact with our landscape architect. And, I will ask our landscape architect tomorrow to give me an update. I don't know, I'm not aware that she submitted a plan. It's not included in the packet, so more than likely it hasn't been completed. If it has, I'm not aware of it, but hopefully it will be completed before the next meeting. It will be able to include it in the packet. You're welcome to call or email me anytime, and then, we can give you an update in that regards.
Do you have it? Okay. So we wouldn't be able to present anything today?
Really would like to have you present at our next meeting if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think we have to vote on On the motion and the second?
On the motion to postpone?
We have a motion from Mr. Ballantyne and a second from Mr. Guidry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Motion passed.
Motion carries.
Our next case is case number 2020-1907 BOA, request by applicant in an A2 suburban zoning district for an after-the-fact variance to complete the clear cutting of a portion of required 50-foot side no-cut buffer. The property is located at 59375 Lacombe Harbor Road, Lacombe, Louisiana. Applicant and representative is Ashley Ray. The applicant is requesting an after-the-fact variance to complete the clear cutting of a portion of the required 50-foot side yard no-cut buffer. Staff comments, please.
As required, a tree survey has been submitted showing the remaining trees within the required no-cut buffers. Although some trees may have been removed within the northern 50-foot no-cut buffer, the tree survey shows the presence of a large number of existing mature trees in bushy areas with numerous small trees. In regards to the southern buffer, approximately 800 feet has been cleared except the live oak trees identified on the tree survey. Staff is not in favor of the original request to maintain the property as is or allow further clearing and suggests that some level of screening or buffering be provided along the southern buffer to meet the intent of the ordinance. While the property is long and narrow, 200-foot wide or more, and 100,000 feet in depth, replanting the southern buffer would not prevent the construction of a single-family residence on the site.
Do we have a representative? Want to state your name, address?
Ashley Ray, 59375 Lacombe Harbor Road in Lacombe, Louisiana.
Ms. Ray, do you have anything to add to the staff comments?
Yes. So the intent of this meeting is to request a variance, and obviously we already have the buffers for the north side. And the south side, I guess like what Helen just said, it's about 800 feet. Now, there's a 15-foot setback, and our house is 15 feet approximately off the line. What I was talking to Helen about earlier was, when we had a conversation earlier, was basically if I did replant, for one, I can't replant around my home. We're 15 feet off the line. And then for two, if I do replant, I now have a drainage that was required by the parish that goes from my house all the way down to the water. So I can't replant in my drainage area as well. So that would basically disrupt the drainage area that was required for me to put in by the parish. Another thing too is that if I replant any more trees, I do have a beautiful view, and I would like to keep that as well. So we just don't have the space to really replant on that. We do have, I will say that the tree survey that was requested, it was provided. It does show there's more than enough of a 50-foot buffer on the north side. Also stated in the meeting, there were trees cut along the south side. However, there was no trees cut in front of the south side property. So in front of the property, I still have 50-foot buffers on each side. Where the 50-foot buffers become a problem is basically where my home starts, which is halfway through the property, and then on down. So basically where I started clearing on the south side, and of course there is a letter there that I have by the adjacent property owner that she's fine with me clearing. But it also starts down there by the boardwalk as well, because we will have a boardwalk put in as well. Basically, with this whole, the tree situation, this is our third time here. So there are a couple of things that I basically do want to say. I know I have an opposition here that is here for the trees, but, you know, the problem is that the trees are just really used as a scapegoat for these people. there's so many factors that we have wrong here. And recently, me and my family just went up against where we were threatened to be shot due to this. I had a restraining order that was put into place, and the only reason why it was not granted was because they couldn't find a gun in the person's home. So trees are a scapegoat to these people on why they're here to really act and behave in a disrespectful manner. It's not about trees. Last meeting, trees weren't even mentioned. We don't act like this over trees. So they have a different agenda. We're not part of the HOA. And I think that's another problem, is that they can't tell us what to do. They were hoping that this property would just remain wooded forever for them. But somebody bought it. And if they wanted to keep it wooded, they should have bought it themselves. And then also the other problem is that, you know, we deal with a lot of racial problems. So, I mean.
Let me kind of go back and kind of summarize, Ashley. The original variance was for cutting down of some trees.
Yes.
And what we asked you to do the first time was go back and work with the staff to come up with a replanting plan. And that was kind of the first action that we wanted to have happen. And we're still sitting here trying to figure out, where's that plan? Did we ever put together a plan to replant or?
When Helen and I were on the phone, it was basically stated that I didn't realize anything had passed for me to bring in a replanting. I had emails back and forth because last meeting I was very confused about what was asked of me or what y'all wanted to be done. So the replanting, I did not know that was passed or voted on for me to do a replanting. Last meeting, I came here basically off the tree survey that was asked of me, which was provided. So,
Yeah, we got that.
yes.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, as I recall, first time we had looked at this case, there is a 50-foot no-cut zone on either side of that property. And they have violated that 50-foot no-cut zone by destroying the trees on both ends of the property. They've got a situation with the Corps of Engineers because they went and cut and destroyed the foliage and trees in the wetlands. So they got an issue with the Army Corps of Engineers they got to solve. So what we were looking, like you said, we need a plan, or what we need to do is we need to disapprove, not approve the request for this variance, and then have them come up with a plan to replant in those 50-foot no-cut zones and restore some of those trees, as well as the trees that they cut on someone else's property.
As far, I'm sorry, are you finished?
Now, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let me kind of take a step back. As far as the wetlands, because I know that was brought up last time, and it just seems like a lot of different things besides the variance of why we're here was brought up last time. So as far as the wetlands go, and I know the opposition has said that I'm being penalized, but no, actually what I'm waiting on now, and I didn't say anything, is because it wasn't for sure, but the wetlands that are in front of my property, the reason why it was taking so long is because they're non-jurisdictional to the Corps now. And the reason why is because they had a law that was passed on June 21st for the Clean Water Act. I no longer fall underneath the jurisdictional guidelines for the Corps for wetlands in the front of my property. So that's what was taking so long. And now I am in the process of waiting on my approved wetlands determination to show that. So that's why it's not that I was under investigation. That's totally fabricated, which we have a lot of fabrication of lies. So another thing, in fact, another thing is with the wetlands, as far as the front end, we also discussed last meeting, which to me has nothing to do with the variance, but we're here, is the driveway. So I am entitled to a driveway as well. So I'm not really sure why we go on that I am under investigation when that's not true. So that's what we were waiting on, was the law, and I was one of the first cases to fall underneath that law, which is why it took so long for them to verify that I fell underneath that law. So that's what that was all about. But now I no longer fall underneath the jurisdictional for the Army Corps of Engineers for the front of the property. So outside the root system and everything else, like I said, there's a 15-foot setback that I have on my property, and I am literally 15 feet off my property. So, you know, I even asked the insurance company, because I figured planting trees around my home would be a problem, and the insurance company, this is what they said. They don't really have any special laws or special, I guess, rules for underwriting about trees being around the home. They basically said it's just common sense. You don't plant trees on top of your home. And that is. So I don't want to plant trees around my home. I'm not looking to destroy my home before it's even built. And as far as the drainage system that was asked of me to be put in by the parish, it starts from my home, like I said, and it goes all the way down to the water. So I don't want to plant trees in that either. So I'm literally 15 feet off my property line, and to replant trees around my home, I mean, like I said, it will obstruct my view to the water. It will obstruct my home. It will obstruct the drainage system. So my property is only 200 feet wide. On the north side, there's plenty of buffers there, and which is why I shifted my home so far over to the other side, just to basically stay away from the neighbors, give them more of the privacy. So that's why my home is where it is now. So, I mean, as far as the neighbors are concerned, I mean, there's plenty of trees left on the property. The north side is completely there. The south side, the first 300 feet, the 50-foot buffers are there. Like I said, this is basically starting from where my house starts on the property, and it goes all the way down to the water.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is not to alter the 50-foot no-cut buffer on the north side. It's really just the south side.
A partial of the south side, correct. Yes.
Right. That's a, right, and the adjudication, you know, the figuring out of replanting, that's another thing, but, you know, our question is really that the buffer is a hard variance question.
Yes, and I mean, and really in the future of my property as well, it's not that big. I mean, I would like to also build a garage. I mean, I have that right to do that. I do not have this wide piece of property where I can, you know, my home is 70 feet in width right now, and we would like to also build a garage. And, you know, asking us to replant buffers is, you're limiting us to what we can do on our property. I mean, our property is over 1,000 feet long, but we only have so much room wide. You know, I mean, the reason why we bought this property was to enjoy it, to have the land, enjoy our view, be peace and peace.
Ms. Ray, you bought the property, and the property had a 50-foot no-cut zone.
Mm-hmm.
So the no-cut zone was there when you bought the property and wanted to build a house on it. So you had to know you were limited to stay, you know, outside those 50-foot no-cut zones.
No, sir. Honestly, and that was mentioned the very first meeting when you asked about that, and the response was that's something that's an ordinance through the parish, and I was not informed about those 50-foot buffers. So I had no idea. That's not something that comes through the closing contract or real estate. So I was on the phone with the parish a lot about not just with planning and development, but also code enforcement and everything about building. But unfortunately, this ordinance was not mentioned to me. I had no idea about this ordinance until this came, and it was told that I had to do a board of adjustments. So, no, sir, that was not something that I was aware of with the ordinance when I bought the property. So, I mean, but if I was, I can say I would still be in the same boat with still working with the room that I have, which is building a house. And like I said, I mean, ultimately a garage and being able to utilize my property to its fullest extent.
Any other questions for Ms. Ashley? Gonna give, look like you got some folks out in the audience might want to say a few words. Okay. You'll be given an opportunity to come back and rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
You all have 10 minutes total. State your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Limon, and I'm a lawyer here in Covington. I represent the Lacombe Harbor Landowners Association. First, I want to thank the members of this board for the opportunity to speak relating to our opposition, our vehement opposition to this variance being granted. I also wanted to thank Ms. Helen Lambert for the time she's taken to allow me to submit documents to her and get them to the board members here. With that said, I'd like to first of all say that we have 135 residences approximately in the Lacombe Harbor subdivision, and this is not a personal issue with regard to Ms. Ray. This has to do with preserving the integrity of our community. And your board has the tremendous responsibility of preserving and protecting the integrity of our communities and preserving the zoning. And one of the comments that, before I get into my argument, that I think is important is that when Ms. Ray says that she was not aware of ordinances in buffer zones, well, maybe you don't buy a piece of property until you do become aware. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And she has experience in the area of land because she was on the procurement department of this parish, and clearly knows that there are buffer zones. And I believe that her mother is also a real estate agent. So to claim ignorance that she didn't know about a buffer zone, and to go further than that, when she was confronted while she was cutting trees about the fact that she needed to get permits, it didn't stop her. And so this was clearly a case of a person buying, for example, a donkey when they really wanted a duck. And they're now trying to convert this donkey into a duck. And it's not, and I'm not making little light of that, she's trying to change the character of the property that she bought. She bought a thin piece of property. And now she decided, well, I want to have a view of Lake Lacombe, of Bayou Lacombe. I want to have clear land all around my property. And she decided on her own to cut trees, and to cut trees, and to cut trees. And I'm going to offer for consideration by the board members to examine photographs of just how dramatic this is. For example, this exhibit 1 of ours shows where this property, how this property looked before she bought it, and this is what it looks like after she bought it. It's pretty dramatic, and it says a lot about how aggressive she got in cutting trees. So aggressive that she even cut trees on somebody else's property, and after the fact went over there and got their permission to have done what she already had done, which was to trespass and cut trees. It goes to show the character and aggression to which she went about this process, and she talks about our subdivision as if we're racist people or whatever. No, this has to do with preserving our agricultural community. This is what this is zoned for. It's rural agricultural property. It's zoned for that purpose. And I know that I've submitted a number of documents, letters to you all, and I don't want to belabor the points over and over again. But I do think that it's important to bear in mind that, you know, the people that live in this subdivision expect that they're going to have their level of privacy with buffer zones. They're going to have the integrity of our neighborhood preserved. And if you allow a variance for this type of behavior, then you're setting a possible precedent to do it over and over again when other landowners buy a piece of property and decide, you know, I bought it, it's a duck, but I want to make it into a donkey or whatever. You know, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And then after the fact, I'm going to come to this board and I'm going to try to avoid paying fines and penalties when the damage is already done. As it is, reparation is planting trees which will take many, many years to restore the integrity of this property. So let me just make a few points because I know we don't have a lot of time here. Miss Ray, at the last meeting, and it's in the minutes, made a concession basically that she did not want to cut any more trees. And clearly the variance she's seeking is to cut even more trees. And so she's still here trying to make, you know, give basis for not only cutting more trees, but excusing a reparation. And she's provided no plans to this board for reparation at this point. And I think that is a problem. Again, you know, it goes toward the attitude that she had when she cut these trees, that let me just plow ahead and the board will give me permission to do what I want. I would point out also that, as has been stated by Ms. Lambert, your staff is in opposition to the granting of this variance. The zoning laws are enacted to protect and foster the improvement and protect the character of property. It's to reduce and eliminate adverse effects. These are minimum buffer zones, not maximum. These are 50-foot minimum buffer zones that she tore into. The property clearly is classified in that way as an A2D. And to grant a variance, as I understand the law, requires that there be a compelling reason for a variance to be granted. I've not heard a compelling reason from Ms. Ray, respectfully. I've not. I've only heard her make excuses for what has happened here and try to create a situation where this has become some kind of a personal attack upon her and her family. It is not. We've consistently told her when she was cutting the trees, please go get a permit. Please look into this before you continue cutting. And she would not do that. What compelling reason? I have no idea. I'm still at a loss to figure that out. I believe that she's looking to avoid paying fines and penalties. Well, the reason why we have zoning laws and why we have zoning restrictions is that if you go about doing what you want to do, and ultimately you think that you're just going to get away with it, which, as I've pointed out, she told people in our neighborhood that she knew people, and that's really not a very compelling reason to grant a variance. In fact, if she's going to, take that sort of attitude, a fine is exactly what needs to be done in a situation like this. There needs to be set a precedent. If you're going to just go about doing whatever you feel like doing to your property, when you've bought a piece of property that it's not going to meet the needs that you want, but you're going to go ahead and do it anyway because you feel like you can just do whatever you want to your property, no matter what happens and how it affects the entirety of the neighborhood or the zoning for of that area. That is a very cavalier attitude to take. And so I would ask this board to very closely look at whether or not she should be given any level of variance and any forgiveness of the fines that she should be imposed upon her and the reparation that she should be making to this property and to not just this property. The reparation in this situation is not just to her property. It's to the entire area that's around her that is affected by this. I also point out that, and I did send this to Miss Lambert, that after we did a title search on this property, and I spent some time actually looking at some very dusty old maps of this subdivision, it appears that we have, as a neighborhood, a claim to ownership to certain property where this driveway is to be placed. And now there is a civil action pending that was filed recently, and it's in docket number of this 22nd JDC 2020-14185, before Judge Reggie Batto, who's going to decide whether or not we have ownership of the area that she now wants to put a driveway. We're not trying to keep her from having access to her property, but this property's always been accessible through the back area of Bayou Drive, and she's decided that she wants to stick a driveway and knock more trees down so that she can put this driveway and connect to Lacombe Harbor Road, which will take away again from the character of that entire entranceway and the aesthetics of that entranceway. Do you all have any questions for me? I would like to offer for consideration by the board, and I've included many copies, 6 different exhibits. These photographs that I've referenced, there are additional photographs in Exhibit 2 that show the level at which she cut the trees at the ground level. The act of sale of her purchasing the property with her husband on February 7th, 2020, some additional photographs, and then my 2 letters to the Board of Adjustments addressing the neighborhood's opposition. One is dated August 31st, 2020, and one's dated October 2nd, 2020, that relate to the specifics of our objection. With your permission, I'd like to go ahead and give those to the board for consideration. And unless you all have any questions for me.
Just pass them on.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Is there anybody else that has a say? Yes. 3 minutes.
I only need a minute. My name is Isabel Moore, and I am, I guess, the person responsible for telling Ms. Ray that she had a beautiful lot and that, yes, anything over 3 acres in St. Tammany Parish requires a permit, and that was on April the 20th. That was the day, as Mr. Lamont said, that I was told that I don't need a permit, I've taken care of it, I know people. And that's all it took. I'm a retired principal, and rules are what is my mantra. And for somebody to say that to me. And then also, I have been accused of a lot of things. I have not been on her property since May 15th of this year. She's accused me of trespassing. I don't break the law. I didn't do it. But also the fact that this is a beautiful piece of property, and yes, the Corps of Engineers are still involved in the part that is on the bayou. Mr. Brad Girusso, who is the district chairperson, has spoken to me personally to tell me that they will not let anything go into the marsh. The front part, you're right, it's been changed. It's the state, but guess what? The parish got it. And the parish has no one in charge of wetlands right now. So we're sitting here with nobody to, there's no police to go out and do anything about the front of the property. So we as homeowners and concerned citizens, that's why we're here. Not as a vendetta, but we want to make sure that this is handled correctly. Yes?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Ms. Moore, I have some questions for Mr. Ernst. Is he with the homeowners today?
Yes, he's right here.
If I could, when she's done and the other people, I'd like to have the opportunity to ask Mr. Ernst some.
Ernst, why don't you come up and state your name and address?
Yes, sir. Carl Ernst, Lacombe, Louisiana, Lacombe Harbor.
Mr. Ernst, you have, could you just brief the board about the 50-foot no-cut zones and how that pertains to our charter about how we're supposed to look at this? You were, as I understand, you were involved in the the rezoning in St. Tammany Parish, setting up these no-cut zones, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct. Where my involvement in St. Tammany Parish in the past has been on various things. I was on the IG committee when it had that a few years ago. I represented an organization on the Home Rule Charter Committee, but I'm not a zoning expert. I can tell you about this property. This property has wetlands on both ends. We've been talking about the bayou end. There's a small strip of wetlands right off of Lacombe Harbor Road that has been cut into. You would need a permit to cross that wetlands if you wanted a driveway. But the 50-foot buffer zone, this is a very large lot, okay? It's almost 700 feet deep by a little over 200 feet wide, or about 200 feet wide. And the buffers are on all sides, not just the north and south, where those buffers would be. But on the north side, it's a wetland buffer. On the east side, it's a wetland buffer, and the west side, it's a wetland buffer.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the 50-foot no-cut goes the full 800 feet or whatever it is, the full length on both sides?
A 50-foot buffer, as I understand it, goes to the periphery of the property, okay? And
Thank you.
includes crossing wetlands, okay?
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Name?
Thank you, board members. Jimmy Davis, 26629 Mandane Drive in Lacombe. I'm councilman, District 7 in this area. I'm here representing both sides. What I mean by that is, the first thing I think we need to do is go ahead and not table this case and let's get a decision done on this. The second thing is, Ms. Ray, if you believe Ms. Ray has made a mistake on this thing, and then again, of course, you could act on that. Now, for the people that are opposition about this, the only reason, again, you would probably grant this is if you see there was some kind of financial hardship for the plaintiff and things like that. Obviously, the house is almost built, so that's a moot point. So I would just truly appreciate it if you would make a final decision on this instead of carrying this out, because it seems like it's getting to be a little too repetition, and the people are getting a little bit too stressful about it. And of course, during this time with COVID, God forbid, I just don't think we need that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Moore, and 59312 West Harbor Lane. And I just wanted to add that when Isabel and I went and met Ashley the first time, and Isabel was telling her about that it was wetlands and she needed a permit, she said, "I'll do what I have to do." And so that was one of the things.
Ms. Ray, do you have anything else to add? You got 3 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. While we're talking about the integrity, of the neighborhood, here are some pictures that I would like to pass around, whoever. These pictures are basically homes in Lacombe Harbor that are clear-cut themselves. Some of them are on 14 acres, some of them are on 5+ acres and are clear-cut. If Lacombe Harbor really cared about trees, they would be enacting this rule in their own subdivision, but they're not. So why this one? And I think it's simply because they just thought that this property was never going to be bought and that they could just keep it as their own and it would just stay wooded forever. That's not the case. If Lacombe Harbor wanted it, it was on the market for a year before I put in an offer on it. They could have bought it if they wanted to keep it themselves. As far as the driveway goes and the civil lawsuit, this is really silly. This is the type of stuff that I have been dealing with since day one. As far as Isabel and Barbara saying that I'll just do whatever I have to do, I do believe that when I asked Isabel to leave, the approach from Isabel was very demanding and her telling me what she was going to do. It's not a "hi, how are you, I'm Isabel." It's not "welcome to the neighborhood." It was very forceful. So that's when I told her to leave my property. And I did tell them that I've already did what that I've already looked into and did what I had to do, because I did contact the parish before cutting the property. So when they kept trespassing is when I called the police and sent the cops to Isabel's house. There's another thing as well, due to, so as far as a precedent's not set, it already has been set. Lacombe Harbor, like I said, doesn't even enforce their own bylaws, so I don't even know why they're so concerned about my property at this point. This is also, let's see, we have, here, if you can pass this around again, this is also a notarized affidavit with a threat against my family as well. This is also, here you go, I'm sorry, here's one more. With Isabel, who was just here, because she is the ringleader of all this, and we sent her a letter as well, just letting her know that, just creating a hateful and hostile environment, going on and on and on about this is really just not the way to go. So, I mean, this is really disrespectful. It's madness. It's not right. It's not how you treat your neighbors. It's not how you act. I feel like these people have a lot of egg on their face right now and should be really ashamed to even hold it up high. This is not, when we first moved in, we reached out to the president just to be neighborly and introduce ourselves. We were trying to be a part of the community.
We're going to have to kind of move on here.
That's fine. I just wanted to just kind of get my point across about a lot.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Al. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Do we have anybody from the subdivision need to say one thing, add something?
If they don't, I would like to add one other thing if I can, if I still have time. Did I still have time?
Yes.
Okay. The one thing that the attorney did say too, as far as real estate goes, real estate, it's not a realtor's job to really know about the ordinance. So, I mean, really honestly, I've made my phone calls, again, with the parish and also code enforcement. It's just ordinance was not something that was ever mentioned to me. So I want to make that clear. It's not something that a realtor has access to. That is something that the parish has to tell you about an ordinance. And if you're calling and nobody says anything, then I simply just don't know. So as far as my character being on here, that I just go out and do, whatever I want, it's not the case. I did make the phone calls. I tried.
Is there anybody else? Thanks to Ms. Ray.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question to the property owner, if I may.
Oh, Ashley.
Mrs. Rick,
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, you stated that your house is 15 feet from the southern property line?
Correct.
According to the drawing that is in our packet, it appears that you're showing that your house will be 50 feet from the northern property line and 82 feet from the southern property line. Did it change in
I don't know where you're getting, I guess, 82 feet in what packet, I'm sorry.
well, it's attached to the staff reports, and it's also part of your building permit that was submitted. So, and I understand what you're stating here. I'm just asking you if maybe the plans have changed or.
Right, so, well, we also had a couple issues. Are you talking about on my blueprints, I guess, is where you're getting that original? Okay, I was wondering where you're getting that. So what changed was we had to go 15 feet off the property line. Not only that, I couldn't move over anymore because there are some trees that are right there. And with us being on a cease and desist and not able to cut trees anymore, I couldn't move it over anymore because the trees were in our way.
You couldn't move the house further south, is that what you're stating?
Correct. Further north, you mean?
No, because the plan shows that you will have an 82-foot buffer, side buffer on the south side and 50 feet from the north property line. So if it has changed in the meantime, then you will have to resubmit a new revised site plan. You stated it was not possible for you to replant trees on the south side due to the fact that your house was 15 feet
Correct.
from the property line.
You have a 15-foot setback,
Okay,
correct?
so you'll have to submit a revised plan.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sure they'll have no problem with doing that.
Is there anything else? Bill? Thanks,
That's it?
Ms.
Okay.
Ray.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to make a motion to deny the request for the variances, the ones to do more cutting and the previous one, so that, and submit, for them to submit plans on satisfactory to the planning and development for the replanting or refurbishment of the area.
Mr. Chairman, you know, with all due respect to Mr. Ballantyne, you know, if a motion is going to be made to deny, and we will need some guidance as far as what the board wants to have as far as the width of the replanting and the number of trees.
I'll restate my motion. My motion is to deny the request for the variance and that they submit replanting plans to live within the 50-foot no-cut zone.
And how many trees would have to be planted, sir?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure Reagan can do that.
Well, sir, this is a judgment call on her part, and Mr. Liner, or if we can have some advice from legal also.
Did Planning and Development staff provide the Board of Adjustment members with any of the information they would need to make those specific? I mean, I don't know how he's supposed to tell you exactly what trees are planted when Regan isn't here and when, you know, they don't have a replanting plan, other than just to say that they're denying the variance completely and they're going to have to meet the ordinance requirement. So every single tree that was taken down, at least up to a certain caliber as designated by our ordinance, would have to be replanted to the satisfaction.
I don't think we get conditions on a denial. It's just the conditions on an approval.
Yeah, so it,
Just a straight denial or approval of conditions.
yeah, I agree. And so a denial is she now has to meet the code of ordinances to the satisfaction of planning and development, or else there's going to be a code enforcement case that's going to go forward. And Ross, let me know if you disagree.
So what are we saying? I mean, we kind of throwing several ideas around.
I mean, we can approve with some sort of condition, say approve some sort of variance with conditions, or we can just flat deny and then it gets, you know, adjudicated. So-
Well, what about just making the motion?
Well,
I made a motion to deny outright. Deny the request for a variance.
Well, that motion died. You didn't get a second.
We didn't ask for a second. You didn't ask for a second. You have to ask for a second.
Do we have a second for
Ms.
Valentine's motion?
Is it,
Got a second, Danny?
and can we restate?
Restate your motion, Bill.
I make a motion to deny the request, this variance request, and such that the Ms. Ray would submit plans for refurbishment of the 50-foot no-cut zone all the way around, subject to approval by the Planning and Development Department.
And is this in regards to the southern buffer?
All the way around, all buffers.
The northern buffer, if I'm not mistaken, according to the tree survey, is still in compliance.
If it's in compliance, then there's not a problem.
Well, now you kind of tell me if
I call for, as a point of order, I'd like to call for a vote. We have a,
but I'm trying to understand your motion. If you're telling me that you want to deny, but yet you given her all these developed plans and all that.
well, just outright denial. I changed my motion.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just, what do you?
A motion to deny is a sufficient motion. I understand that you're looking for more guidance, Helen, but they have a right to just deny that. If this is a sufficient legal motion, it means that she's going to have to comply with the code. And so it means that, she came, she's gonna have to come to y'all just like anyone else would, and a code enforcement case will proceed if she doesn't comply with what the staff tells her she needs to do to meet our ordinances. So you got
Understood.
a motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am. I was just trying to get clarification in regards to the motion.
We have a motion on the floor by Valentine and a second by Guidry. The motion is to deny. And all those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
We have three in favor,
We got four.
4 in favor. Mr. Brookter? So 4 out of 5, motion carries.
Okay. Whew, gee.
Let's go.
If you all can just kind of, hello, if you all can just kind of walk outside and kind of just discuss the case, we need to move on. Our next case is BOA 2020-209, a request by applicant in an 8C-2 Highway Commercial Zoning District to reduce the setback on the north side from 171 feet to 108 feet, and to the east side from 171 feet to 119 feet to allow for the replacement of a cellular tower on the site. The property is located at 26392 Fairgrounds Boulevard, Bush, Louisiana. Applicant is Warren Losta, Verizon Wireless. The applicant is requesting to reduce the required setback fall radius on the north side of the property from 171 feet to 108 feet, and on the east side of the property from 171 feet to 119 feet to allow for the placement of a cellular tower. Do we have a representative?
Mr. Chairman, would you like-
State your name and address, please.
Doria Durham, 12 Shandon Court, Mandeville, Louisiana, 70448, agent for Verizon Wireless.
All right. Staff, would you read the comments, please?
Yes, in regards to the eastern setback request, while the parent parcel for the project is 19.75 acres in size, the parcel width is 250 feet and cannot accommodate the required setback for the proposed monopole, which is to be 171 feet on the east and west side, regardless of where the tower is located on the property. Staff has determined that the hardship or practical difficulty appears to exist to the limited area in which to locate the tower within 250 feet in width of the parent parcel property. In regards to the northern setback request, as shown in the attached drawing, the leased area of the subject site abuts the northern property line and is adjacent to Fairgrounds Boulevard. As the parent parcel is over 3,300 feet in depth, staff has determined that a hardship does not exist and that the leased area could be adjusted to accommodate the required 171-foot setback to the north. Finally, the proposed location of the proposed tower is to be located 215 feet away from the closest structure to the north, and there are no existing residences to the east. However, the proposed fall radius extend over Highway 21 and Fairgrounds Boulevard and could cause a potential hazard to motorists traveling along the two roads. For that reason, staff is not in favor of the requested setback variances on the northern and eastern side buffer. I also have letters to be presented to the board. Some are in favor or some are not in favor of the tower. And a document was also submitted yesterday in regards to the proposed tower, so I will pass this around.
Do you have any comments?
Yes, actually, on Friday, I submitted the document that Helen is passing around is a letter from the PE, the engineer, that this tower is designed to fall inside of the property lines. And he goes into detail about that, and that is also shown on the revised drawings that were submitted. So the issue with the tower falling outside of the property lines onto Fairgrounds or to Highway 21 has been addressed by these changes and by the engineering design.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Did we see the revised,
I think it's going around now.
The document was submitted, however, I'd like to point out, with all due respect, that, the design of the tower and the information that is being passed around shows that the tower will fall within 160 feet. However, our ordinance clearly states that the setback must cover the entire length or height of the tower.
thank you, that helped.
Is there any way that you can relocate the tower on any other portion of the property so it meets the fall radius?
Because of the width of the property, that can't be met.
can you relocate the tower so that it would only impede one of the highways?
Well, that is possible, but the way it is actually designed now, it would fall inside of the property lines. If you have the engineering letter that was passed around, and the engineer explains how the tower is fabricated.
Yeah, I saw the document, yes.
Any other questions? Do we have?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can you help me understand the need to be in that particular location for coverage?
Yes, this is Frank Fisher with Verizon Wireless. Who will address?
Hi, I'm Frank Fisher. Live in Covington, Louisiana. I'm a engineering manager for Verizon, focused on RF design. So the site's basically equidistant between our two sites on Highway 21, and it's designed to cover that gap there, and it's also designed to shoot towards 1083 and Highway 40. So we'll have we call it a sector, but we'll basically have an antenna improving that coverage, which will basically improve the coverage all along that area, some places that we may be weak in now.
Can you tell me how many potential or people not being served currently will be able to be served by this tower being in that location?
I do have the ability to answer that question, but I don't have that information right now. That's based on census population type data. But what I can tell you is, roughly speaking, just round numbers, depending on the height and everything, a site covers about 3 miles. And it's not a circular pattern. It's not a cylinder. It's based on sectors. So you point an antenna down a road or towards a community, and you cover that community. We typically do 3 to 4 sectors per site. And so people that are customers that are in that beam would basically have coverage.
Do you have a customer base in that region now that is not effectively being served?
Yes.
So I have a Verizon phone.
Okay.
I move into that region. I won't have either service or the quality of service.
Correct, especially when you go indoors.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there any opposition to this case? Any other questions?
She has one. I would just like to ask the question, do we?
Come, state your name and.
I'm Charlotte Harwood. I'm not prepared. I'm just.
What's your address, Miss Charlotte?
It is 24001 Fauntleroy Road.
Okay.
Bush, very rural. And sometimes we do have to go outside, but I'd like to, have you all been presented with a picture of the tower? Is it going to be like the ones in Covington, or what's it look like? The citizens need to know those sort of things. You let Verizon come in here and pitch their spiel, and what about us? I probably live within 3 miles of there. You know, and then you have to ask about, do you all know about 5G? Do you know anything about it? I'm sure it's going to be rammed down our throat. But what are your questions? You don't have any questions for the guys. That's why I'm getting upset. It's because we came here thinking that y'all are going to ask questions. Do you know any answers already? Are you just going to let the big company, the big corporation come in? There's a woman that lives right there by that property. Okay, that's all I have to say. You don't have any answers, do you?
No, not right now.
Do you have a picture of it?
Oh, yeah, we have all that information, yes.
Okay, thank you. I've seen our government in action today. Thank you.
Give me your name and address, please.
Yeah, Earl Shackelford. I live on Morning Grove Drive. So my only question here is, we live in a rural area where there's tens of thousands of acres of land. And there's no other place that they can put this tower except in the middle, at the beginning of our subdivision. And the part about not having service, I have AT&T, and I really don't get good service. But all they do is they supply me a device that I hook to my internet, and I get 4 bars, 4G service in my house with no upsets, good internet, everything. So I don't know, I guess I'm struggling with why do we have to have this in our subdivision when, I mean, we live in the country. There's thousands of acres they can put this thing besides just putting it right there. And that's it. Thanks.
Mr. Fisher? Could you answer his question there?
Sure, that device he's talking about is called a femtocell, or a network extender, and that is an option for every wireless carrier. It uses the customer's ISP, or internet service, to provide cellular service, basically a cellular hotspot, and that is an option. As far as why the tower is located there, it is, that is called a macro location. It's a major, a large tower, and basically, we're trying to build a grid of sites to make sure that we have coverage everywhere we say we have coverage and good performance.
Well, that will give him a lot more coverage with that tower.
No, sir. He stated he's an AT&T customer. AT&T service is not interoperable with Verizon and so on down the line.
Let me, if I may, I'd like to just address, if, for example, AT&T wanted to co-locate on the tower, they certainly could co-locate on the tower.
For staff. If they provided a tower that met the fall radius ordinance, there would be no need for them to be here today, and that location could have been administratively approved?
That's correct. The property is zone HC2, highway commercial, and it allows for a tower at this time. So basically, they are here requesting a waiver of the fall radius or the setback from 2 sides of the property.
Thanks, Mr. Fisher. We got somebody else in the back that raised their hand. Give me your name and address, please.
My name is Bonnie Abear, and I'm one of the Board of Managers of Grande Hills Estates Homeowners Association, which is basically begins at Fairgrounds and goes all the way to Grande Hills Boulevard on 21. So all I ask is that maybe considering there's Whippoorwill, Grande Hills, and Money Hill, all within that area, and maybe, you know, you investigate it a little more. I'm not passing an opinion right now because I don't really know, but I can tell you that comments that have been made on a website, nextdoor.com, have brought up issues regarding radiation. There is property that is residential right behind that commercial property, which is on Fairgrounds and Hialeah. So there is, and that residence is in our subdivision. So I'm just asking, maybe you should table it, maybe do a little more research, because I'm not familiar with radiation or if it would be an eyesore for our subdivision right there on Highway 21. I'm not too familiar, but I'm just letting you guys know maybe a little more research might be necessary. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other questions, concerns?
Have you researched or investigated any alternative sites that would give you the similar coverage?
To meet the RF design, the window is pretty small. It's called a search ring, and it basically falls in where we have the tower suggestion now.
Could you put a tower that would meet the fall radius?
If we shrink the height of the tower, it'll reduce the coverage.
By how much?
I don't have that information. It is calculatable depending on the antenna design and the height, or they call it the rad center, where the center of the antenna is. It is calculatable how much it'll affect coverage, but I don't have that information right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one other question.
Fisher.
That's okay. If the variance is not passed, what does Verizon intend to do?
I'm not sure we have,
We would likely appeal the decision.
Okay, so you would not search for a site that would not be obstructing?
In this area, we have this HC2 zoned. In this area, we have this HC2 zoned piece, and everything else is zoned agricultural.
Okay.
As the neighbors have pointed out, it's residential. So we're in the only spot where we would be able to build a tower. And it just happens to be very narrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, so in your research, we know that there's thousands of acres in that area, but this is the only piece zoned for that type of tower.
Correct. As Mr. Fisher stated, we're limited to a geographical search area. So within that area, we have this strip of HC2. Then we have behind it A1 and A2 on north and south sides of 21. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Do we have a motion?
Deny the request for the variance. I don't know how we can approve a variance to have the tower fall outside the regulations of the parish.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Motion to deny. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
Only 2 people in favor of the denial, motion fails.
Motion didn't pass.
You'll need to do another motion because a motion to deny is technically out of order in Robert's rules. I know we do it and it's okay when it passes, but you've taken no action. So we'll need somebody to make a motion to approve and then vote on that because the failed motion to deny, it's just not an action. So there's nothing for the staff to act on.
Mr. Guidry, you made a motion? We have a motion by Mr. Guidry to approve the variance.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor of that motion to approve, let it be known by raising your hand.
So it is 3.
3.
So it fails, but now we have an action, so it fails.
So where we go from here?
It's denied now because the motion to approve failed. Just the trouble with a motion to deny is a denial of a denial is a nothing, but a denial of approval is in fact a denial. So some fun Robert's Rules stuff.
Okay. Your variance is denied. Our next case is BOA 2020-2033, request by applicant in the A-4 single-family residential district to allow for the placement of an agricultural building before the construction of the main residence and of the property of less than 1 acre in size. The property is located Sneed Drive, Lot 42, Abita Springs, Louisiana. Applicant and representative is Carrie W. Clausen.
As per the Unified Development.
The application is requesting to allow for the placement of an agriculture building before the construction of the main residence of the property or less than 1 acre in size. Staff comments, please.
As per the Unified Development Code, an agricultural building is allowed before the construction of a single-family residence on a property located above the urban growth boundary line, on a parcel of land of a minimum of 1 acre, and is also subject to the approval of an administrative permit. Staff is not in favor of the request, considering that the construction of an accessory or agricultural building before the main residence is considered as a personal preference. It could also result in the establishment of a precedent to the parish to allow the construction of an accessory building or agricultural building on a lot of less than 1 acre above the urban growth boundary line.
Do we have a representative? Give me your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Gary Clayson. I live at 27503 Sneed Drive.
Have any comments?
Yes. So I would like to build a shed building on a piece of property. My house is on the property next door to it, and my parents are looking at building their house on my vacant piece of property, and we want to build this pole barn, 24 by 24, put their stuff in it prior to their building. This could be built if I were to add the property to combine the two properties together. However, then I would have to undo the process of combining the two for when I do decide to, when my parents decide to build their house. So I'm asking to forego that process, and I understand that there. Do you have a question? I understand that you can't build a accessory building on a piece of property. I understand that, and there are a few that are in that neighborhood. However, it's not a piece of property that I just bought. My house is literally right next door to it. I got some pictures here that shows. Would you like to see them?
Yes.
When are your parents, when are they going to build?
Within the year.
Within the year?
So this can happen regardless. I mean, all I would have to do is combine both properties together. That would make me have to get a new survey, to do this. Then I'd have to undo the survey for them to build. And again, I understand that, if somebody were to buy a piece of property and just do what it is that I'm asking to do, I wouldn't like that either as a homeowner there. And I totally understand that, but if a home is, adjacent to this piece of property, I'm just asking for that.
Yes.
Can you describe the building that you're wanting to build, the type of building?
Yeah, so I'll get with the permit. I was going with two different types. I was either going with kind of like a metal building, 24 by 20. It'd be a two-car garage.
Okay.
Two-car garage, and I'm not sure whether I'm going with a metal type two-car garage or a pole barn and put skin around it. So ultimately it'd be around 24 by 24, standard two-car garage. It will fit I'm well off the property lines on all sides, and I don't have to work, mine. And in the back, of course, and in the front, I'd be fine with it, but it will be a, you know, my house, I'm not gonna, as it is right now with my boat and the trailer that are there, I, you know, would like to put a lean-to and cover those two as well. I mean, that's more of an eyesore than what the building I'm proposing to build. Actually, I'm surprised neighbors aren't aggravated that I keep my boat and trailer out like that.
And how did you discover you needed to come before the Board
So,
of Adjustments?
you know, I was trying to figure out where I needed a permit. I know I needed a permit to build this. So, talking with permit office, and once they, you know, I had two different lots, but once they had stated that, hey, you have a lot, I said, okay. So, going through that process is why I'm here now. So, asking for a variance for that particular reason. So,
Thank you.
Motion to approve the request for the variance.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the variance. We have a second. All those in favor of that motion? Oh. Is there any, one out in the audience that oppose this? Any opposition? Thanks. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
All in favor, motion passed.
Motion passed. Thanks.
thank you.
Our next case is 2020-2035 BOA, request by applicant in an A-4A single-family residential zoning district to reduce the required front yard setback from 25 feet to 15 feet to allow for the construction of a single-family residential and to reduce the front yard into the front yard setback. The property is located at 250 Jacqueline Drive, Slidell, Louisiana. The applicant is Richard K. Runell and Christine M. Baccarat. Representative John C. Catalano. It might be bad pronunciation there. The applicant is requesting to reduce the required front yard setback from 25 feet to 15 feet to allow for the construction of a single-family residence and to reduce the front yard setback from 25 feet to 7 feet to allow for the staircase to encroach into the front yard setback. Staff comments, please.
The variances are being requested to allow for the construction of a 2,400 square foot single-family residence. Staff feels that there's no compelling reason to recommend approval of the requested variances, considering that no hardship has been demonstrated. Although the property is only 70 feet in depth, meeting the front setback requirements of 25 feet will not prevent the construction of a single-family residence and the staircase on the site. And I would like to also pass around, an email that I received that is not in favor of the requested variance, and we also have someone on the phone who would like to speak.
Okay, do we have a representative? Would you state your name and address, please?
Sure, John Catalanato with Fairway Consulting and Engineering, 403 North Jefferson, Covington, Louisiana. I appreciate y'all's time to hear our variance request. As was stated, there's two variances being requested. One is to allow construction of the residence within 15 feet of the front property line. And the second is requesting the stairwell in the front to be constructed within 7.5 feet of the property line. The issues with this for my clients is the building footprint, if it were to remain the same, and we would adhere to the 25-foot setback, the residence would be pushed into the adjacent canal at the rear of the property. The issue with that is it would increase cost of construction as well as buildability of the lot. If the setbacks were to be adhered to, my clients prefer to have a 1,900 square foot residence and their square footage would decrease to about 1,300 square foot. So it doesn't really work for them. They would have to lose probably a bedroom as well as an office and a pretty significant portion of their common living space. They also do not want to construct over the canal. As it relates to the stairs, my clients would prefer having 2 points of access and egress from the resident just from a public health and safety standpoint in case of fire or emergency. Not allowing the staircase to encroach in the front yard, but only allow one access and egress point at the rear of the property. In practicality and reality, what they're requesting is very common and consistent with what's going on in the area. The figure that I passed around shows that just about all of the residents that are directly adjacent and down the street from where theirs is proposed, it's the yellow box, they're either right at the property line or they range between 5 feet and 10 feet of the property line. So it's very consistent to what's going on in the surrounding area. So we'd like your consideration with approving these requests.
Okay.
The owners are here as well, too.
Hello,
Name and address, please.
my name is Christine Bacharach, and I live at 127 Cleveland Avenue in Slidell. This is my husband, Richard Runnels, same address. I just wanted to talk about my history with the neighborhood. Growing up, my grandparents had a camp out there. We did a lot of fishing and swimming, a lot of family gatherings. We're from the south of the lake, and my parents loved it so much that they moved us from New Orleans to that neighborhood when I was 12 years old. And my parents are still there. Unfortunately, my grandparents' camp got wiped away during Katrina, but my uncle just built a house there on their lot. And my husband's family, his mother and his sister, just moved out there this past month. They bought they bought a house down the street from our lot. The house that we're proposing is a very modest house. It's not outlandish in any way. It's a small house, and as you can see in the pictures, we're in line with all of the houses down the street. As we propose a house with 2 entrances for emergencies, one in the front and one in the back. My husband and I went down the street and took photos of other houses and their staircases. I would say 80% of the houses on our street have staircases in the front. And so we would be in line with those houses. Because of the lot, a third of our lot is in the bayou, as you can see in the picture. We don't really have room to move our house back. And if we did move our house into the bayou, we would be totally out of line with our neighbors' houses down the street. And it would also make it difficult for our neighbors with boats to maneuver through the bayou if our house was encroaching on the pathway. So I thank you for your time and your consideration for our variance, and we appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Helen, we got somebody else that,
On the phone. They are on the phone.
Hello?
hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, why don't you give me your name and address, please?
Yeah, sir. My name is Megan Ums. My address is 246 Jacqueline Drive, Slidell, Louisiana.
You have anything to add?
Yes, I do. I did send an email, and I want to thank Ms. Lambert for providing those photographs. As the property owner, my house is adjacent to and to the right of 250 Jacqueline Drive. The setback, this variance, will impose an adverse effect on my property. I sent photographs, and this was from Christo Amen, of the flooding that has occurred on that property repeatedly. My concern is that with the size of the property, that's only going to increase. Where is the runoff? Where is the drainage issues? Because they have not been addressed in the variance application. I'm hoping you can see the photographs. Additionally, in our neighborhood, if you look at the aerial view, you can see that the houses, all the homes on Jacqueline Drive, they are lined up in a very symmetric order. Everyone is set back. If you pretty much the same distance from, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know where the setback lines are. I use as my guide just the road, because the road is a straight line. But you can see that the homes are fairly consistent in the distance between the road and the building of the construction of the homes. Additionally, the precedent. If you look and then do some research, that the National Association of Home Builders, it is 2.5 to 1 to 3.5 to 1. That's the typical land to building ratio. With the size of their home, that's a 1.8 to 1. I mean, that is well outside the acceptable range. I mean, the house is too large for the size of the lot. And in regards to the statement that the houses are all, I sent photographs measuring with a tape measure, a 25-foot tape measure, from the end of my steps to the roadway. And then again, from the front of my home to the roadway. So from the end of my steps to the road is 21 feet. From the front of my home to the roadway is 35 feet. If you again look at the aerial that the applicants have provided, and you look at the homes that are in line with mine, you can see that there is a consistency in the fact that the homes are lined up. There is not one home that is within 15 feet or 7 feet, even steps within 7 feet of the front of the road. Again, I'm not an engineer and I'm not a contractor, so I measured to the road, but the setback cannot be 15 feet from the road. So I would say that the homes on Jacqueline Drive, we are consistent in following the guidelines and the rules, and that this property is, I mean, nobody would build their house over the water because you cannot get insurance for it. I understand that point. But these lots are not designed to house homes that big. And I will reference the applicant's statement that these used to be camps. They were camps where people would come, enjoy their families, and they would fish. And people have moved in as permanent residences. But that does not mean that we should have homes that should be built on much larger lots, on lots that are not designed for that cost. There are lots for sale in the community that are much larger that would accommodate a home of their size.
Is that all you have?
Yes, sir.
All right. I thank you for your comments. Okay.
Someone else would like to speak.
My name is Randy Veruso. My address is 651 Parallel Road, Madisonville. Within the last, actually 4 years, October of 2016, I came before this very board for a request from a 25-foot setback to a 15-foot setback for Ms. Backrack's uncle, Mr. Terry Patton, and Ms. Janet Patton. Janet Patton's my sister-in-law by marriage. Mr. Terry Patton's my brother-in-law by default. They came to me and asked me if I would build this residence over in the Slidell area, and we usually don't go over there, but he convinced me to go do it for him. And then we realized what the situation was with these properties. And I'll tell you that way back when this development was approved by plat, it was platted, the setbacks were 15 feet. The front setback was 15 feet. And I don't know if it happened, and I think, Ms. Lambert, you and I had this conversation 4 years ago when we came in with Mr. Patton's plan. I don't know if the setbacks were changed when they did the comprehensive rezoning maybe 10 years ago, or they were changed after Hurricane Katrina. But what Mr. Patton did was he went into, he purchased his mother's lot from the estate, from the family's estate, and wanted to build their residence there. So we came in and we presented the case, and I have 2 surveys, one from, I want to say 2015 in my file, and one from 2016, and both surveyors note on their surveys a 15-foot setback because they're referring to the plat that was recorded way back. So as far as the lady who just commented, to say that what Ms. Backrack and Mr. Reynolds are trying to do don't fit the area is totally inaccurate. If you look at the aerial that Mr. Catalinato has furnished, and he has to scale what the Ms. Backrack's looking to build, and where it's placed on the property, it is actually set back further than all of the houses on Jacqueline Drive. And by looking at this, if Mr. Catalinato's right, and I have no reason to believe he's not right with this, then it appears to me, and I would say from my knowledge of this neighborhood, that it appears that just about all these houses are set back at around 15 feet, because not all of these houses were totally destroyed when Katrina hit. When we built Mr. Patton's residence, I would say that a fair amount of them, a high percentage of them, were still there. And we had absolutely no opposition when we went in and built Mr. Patton's residence. So this is an old neighborhood. I would say that most of the houses are older, but in good shape. They're people's homes. They're raised. New Orleans people, St. Bernard people, we refer to them as camps, but they're people's homes. This is a waterfront community. These lots are small. For this lady if the 25-foot setback rule was enforced, she would only have 22 feet. The depth of her house, if she wanted to keep it on land, would only be 22 feet deep. And to force this lady, or anybody for that matter, to go and build over the water, which, by the way, in that canal could be a navigational problem, but the cost would be so burdensome, it just wouldn't be doable.
I think what the lady that called, she was referring to the size of the house.
The house is, we're talking about 1,900 square feet, sir. Mr. Patton's house, I can tell you, was over 2,000 square feet. And when you look at that house on that lot, it's not towering over people's homes or people's property. It certainly fits the neighborhood.
Question?
For who?
This gentleman, would you be able to answer questions to the construction and size of the home? Are you going to be the builder?
No, but
Okay.
my business partners actually designed the house, so I can probably answer maybe whatever questions you have.
Did you say the house is 1,900 square feet?
We're looking at around 1,900 square feet, yes, 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
Is that
Two
total?
bedroom, 1 office,
Is that total footprint?
pretty much, yes.
Would you say that that's similar to houses on that street?
I would say it's very consistent and smaller.
Okay. Who prepared this layout? Okay. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Yes. What's your name again?
John Catalinato with Fairway Consulting.
Thank you, sir. Would you say that this yellow block is representative of that 1,900 square?
Correct.
So-
Same exact dimensions as their floor plan.
Okay. Can you describe to me how you scaled from the front property line to the houses? I mean, you created the scale off of this drawing.
Correct, and we scaled it off of the lot dimensions that were available from the parish's GIS site.
Okay. Do you happen to know the distance of the proposed structure from the street? Because that's what the caller was referencing, not the 15 feet. And I'm afraid the caller is thinking you're building this home 15 feet from the street. That's not how I understand this. You're
No,
building it
it's-
15 feet from the property line. There is I'm gonna call it, for lack of a better term, a servitude from the street to the property line.
I do not know the distance from the
Okay.
property line to the edge of pavement, but just looking at it, it probably looks to be about 15
Okay.
feet or so.
As I see it on your drawing, this house is in fact either in line or further back
Correct.
from the neighboring property. And in fact, it appears to be smaller.
Correct.
In fact, smaller than several of the houses that I see on here. I think the caller sent the letter that that was just passed around. And she did show pooling of water, I'm assuming on lot 250, your property. You have plans to address that in the construction?
Yes, we'll prepare a drainage plan to address whatever drainage issues there are.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, from what I can see, this house is equal or smaller. It has a similar setback from the property line. And I move to approve the variance as requested.
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Guidry and second by Bill Valentine to approve this variance. So all those in favor of the approved, let it be known by raising your hand.
All in favor? Motion pass.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
For the new members of the board, and historically, this is a very difficult area, and the board has approved, I don't know how many of these sites, Mr. Booker, you know that?
Yeah, we've approved quite a few from that area.
Yeah.
Because the insurance won't allow you to bill over the water anymore, so we approved quite a few of those cases.
And so we've always tried to be accommodating and look at all the things, but we have approved quite a few of them in this area.
I will comment that 4 years ago, when we came before this board, they unanimously approved our request, under the circumstances about the properties you speak of.
Yeah, I was here.
Thank you.
All right. Our next case is case number 2020-2036, request by applicant in an 1-2 industrial zoning district to increase the maximum allowable height from 45 feet to 69 feet to allow for the installation of a new concrete production equipment and waiver of the required 10-foot landscape buffer and required number of Class A and Class B trees along the side and rear property line. The property is located at 29095 Kentel Road, Lacombe, Louisiana. Applicant is Paverstone LLC, Jock Mosh. Representative is Duplantis Design Group. The applicant is requesting to increase the maximum allowable height from 45 feet to 69 feet to allow for the installation of a new concrete production equipment and a waiver of the required 10-foot landscape buffer and required number of Class A, Class B trees along the side and rear property line. Staff comments, please.
The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing 57-foot non-conforming cement silos and construct the following: a 51-foot aggregate bin, 69-foot mixed tower building, 3 cement silo of 51-foot tall, and also a dump pit for aggregate bin conveyor that will be 50 feet above the grade at maximum height. The applicant is proposing to construct new structures on the side and is therefore requesting a variance to the 10-foot side and rear buffer of the subject site. Staff is not opposed to the requested landscape variance, considering that providing the required buffer would create some circulation issues and require the location of some existing outdoor storage areas. However, the existing trees and shrub located within the non-conforming side and rear buffers should be maintained. And if we go back to the structures itself, well, the subject site is adjacent to undeveloped parcel of land that is already zoned I-2 industrial, and as the existing silos are 57 feet in height and the adjacent properties are zoned to accommodate similar industrial structures, staff is not opposed to the requested variance in height for any of the buildings or equipment.
Do we have a representative?
Yes, sir.
Give
My
me your
na-
name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Heather Klingman with Duplantis Design Group, 314 East Bayou Road, Thibodaux, Louisiana. So as Ms. Lambert said, the facility is, there are existing nonconformities on the, at the Pavestone facility as it exists today. Pavestone actually took over this property in '97, but the facilities and the existing buildings have been there long before then. So it truly is an existing nonconformity. Just a little bit of an overview of what Pavestone is actually asking to do and why we're coming before the board today with these variance requests. As Ms. Lambert mentioned, they are a segmental concrete product plant. They basically Pavestone pavers. If anyone did any, home projects, pavers, go to Lowe's, Home Depot, buy pavers, that's what they produce at the plant. The facilities and the actual plant and the way by which they mix the concrete and they create the blocks, the equipment that they use is really pretty outdated at this point. So what they're doing is they're bringing in a new, more advanced, newer batch plant. But with that come all of these new kind of pieces of the batch plant that we need to fit on the existing site. So we're working with the existing building that's there right now, that's been there since before '97, trying to fit all the different pieces. I don't really, if you want me to go into detail as far as, what the process is, I can do that. I think it's kind of all explained in the drawings that y'all have.
Yes.
But essentially, as far as the height variance goes, there's 4 different items: the aggregate bin, the mixed tower building, and the cement silos, and then the conveyors that basically run between those different pieces of equipment. The tallest one being the mixed tower building, which is actually 69 feet above grade. As Ms. Lambert mentioned, there's actually an existing cement silo that's in pretty much that same location right now that's 57. The existing requirement's 45, so we're already above that. So that's kind of an overview of the height requirements. As far as the buffer planting area, in the area where that new mixed tower building has to be, and again, we didn't just place the mixed tower building there because that's kind of where we wanted it, has to be right there to be able to fit into the production line with the existing equipment inside the building. But essentially what's going to happen, that now becomes the corridor where the trucks pass in and out of the facility. So right now, there's no buffer right there, and that's actually what's going to be used as the existing driveway coming in and out of the facility. So that's why we're asking for these requirements. I think that's kind of a good overview. If anyone has any additional questions, I'll try my best to answer. And also, Mr. Andy Winchell with Pavestone is also here. If y'all have any questions for him about specific operations that I can't answer, he should be able to.
Any questions? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, yeah, over here. When staff said the existing trees and shrubs located within the non-conforming side of the rear yard buffer should be maintained, is there an issue with that, or is
No,
those
there's
untouched?
really not any. That's why I was going back trying to think. There really aren't any in the area where we're asking. There is area on the north side of the property where the paved area doesn't go all the way up to the property line. So, we know that would conform as it exists. But the areas where we're asking for the waiver are really the areas that currently don't conform. Early on during this process, we sat down with staff because, we knew we were going to be running into a few things with the size of the equipment that we were putting on here. And that's kind of one thing that they had mentioned is, why don't we go ahead, those existing areas that do not conform right now, let's just get those platted, get an official variance put in place. That way it's not an issue down the line.
Any other questions? Ms. Heather, one other thing.
Yes, sir.
Do we have anybody that is opposed to this case? Okay. Thanks. Bill?
I make a motion to approve the request for the variance.
We have a motion on the floor to approve by Bill Ballantyne, and the second was by Guidry. Gee. So all those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is BOA 2020-2045, request by applicant in an A-1A suburban zoning district to reduce the required 25 feet no-cut buffer along 14th Street to 10 feet and reduce the required 50-foot no-cut buffer to 35 feet and 40 feet along the portion of north side of the property. The property is located at 61228 Fish Hatchery Road, Lacombe, Louisiana. Applicant is Brandon and Brittany Limpley. The applicant is requesting to reduce the required 25-foot no-cut buffer along 14th Street to 10 feet and reduce the required 50-foot no-cut buffer to 35 to 40 feet along a portion of the north side of the property. Staff comments, please.
The objective of the request is to allow for the construction of a 4,110 square foot or 80-foot wide single-family residence. Staff has determined that there is no compelling reason to recommend approval of the requested variance, considering that no hardship has been demonstrated. Although the preservation of the 50-foot side yard buffer and the 25-foot street yard buffer will reduce the width of the buildable area to 75 feet, it will not prohibit the construction of a residence.
Have a representative?
Yes, sir. My name is Brandon Limley. I live at 59314 Cypress Bayou, Lacombe, Louisiana.
Have any comments?
Yes, sir. We purchased this property in 2019 with the intention of building a new home for our family. Without us stating the, or with our due diligence and our ability to research, we didn't realize that the 200-foot width minimum was required by A1, A4, and I understand ignorance is not a reason for a compelling argument, but we purchased a property that has 150-foot width. And with this, we kind of have a smaller property than normal. We were unaware that even with this approved, with re-subdivision from the parish, that the no-cut buffer would still be kind of applied in its same form. This really leaves us with very narrow stretch of clearing to build within, and we request the variance to ensure that we're able to clear trees and shrubbery that would be directly against our proposed house and afford us some ability to have a clear yard around the sides and the front and have backyard access around the side of the house so that we can able to get through without traveling through wooded areas. We don't believe that this would adversely affect our neighbors, considering the proposed 14th Street that's adjacent to our property with the 25-foot buffer. In addition, the land to our northwest side is currently an undeveloped tract, which is Track X. We do have permission from the property owner for Track X, which is to that northern side of the property, and we'll submit this to the board, that they did not object to us having a variance for the no-cut buffer. Additionally, we just believe that granting this variance would not establish unfavorable precedents because we do have a smaller lot size than what the parish originally envisioned, and we believe it'd be reasonable to allow the property to be developed with its appropriate width of 150-foot lot size. We do have photos of how much we're talking about. In terms of trees, it's really not that many on each side of the property. I don't know if you see, we marked them with kind of green ribbon. And so it's really just a small amount of trees around the house, again, to preserve have it not against the house as anyone else would like to not have trees right against the house for purposes of inclement weather, and purpose of allowing us to have access to the backyard. So, and again, we just don't think that this really has very much adverse effects to any of our neighbors, or to setting a precedence.
Also, in the variance request, we did also ask for, to be able to clear any trees that would block the perimeter for a fence, dog. We have a 2-year-old, which is not quite 2 yet, but we would like to be able to build a fence around our backyard. It didn't make it into the agenda, but that was as well part of our request. It was listed in there, a fence around the first 300, like that rectangular section, 360 feet of the property. Like I said, we don't want our 2-year-old running off into the woods.
Any questions from the board members? We thank you and appreciate you for the consideration.
Any questions? Gidry?
Oh, thank you, sir.
What is the width of the proposed residence that you want to build?
1 second, sir, I apologize.
I think it is 76 feet. And we only have 75 feet to build within.
And you're trying to accomplish getting some, you don't want the no-cut buffer up against your foundation.
Yes, sir,
Yes.
that's correct.
And the letter that came from the owner of Track X, that is the adjacent track.
That's right, to the northern side, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
May I ask a question, Mr. Boter?
Yes.
You stated a fence around the property or a fence around the house?
It would be along the property line is where we'd put a portion of the fence on that left and right side, which is in the no-cut buffer.
I'm looking at your drawing here and it,
The red box is just, I was trying to make some reasonable standard for what we wouldn't cut outside of that box, and that box would be something that would be the area around the house that ultimately I'd ask for a variance for. It's just, I know it's kind of a goofy wording in a box, but ultimately the intent was, we just want to cut around that house, and we don't want to pose any other further, any further cutting beyond that.
Yeah,
okay.
so the red box was, he was just trying to show you 40 feet in front of the house, 40 feet behind the house, and that variance, 35 feet on the north side and 10 to 10 feet on the south side. So that red box is just to show the no cut around the house that we would like to be able to cut, and then in addition to that, we'd also like to be able to put a fence up.
Okay, I was under the impression that the red box was the fence. I'd like to ask maybe a question to legal in regards to the variance request for the fence. I guess it would just be could it be part of the reduction of the buffers?
I think it depends on if it's within what was advertised. So if I'm not exactly sure where the fence would be or what other documents you have, but if where they're asking the fence to be is part of the requested buffers that they're requesting to remove, then yes. But the board can only make a decision based on what was advertised. And so if there would be additional buffers impacted or something that was outside of that advertisement, I think that it would need to come, either this would need to be postponed or it would need to come as a separate case.
In this case, you're requesting a reduction of the 50-foot no-cut buffer to 35 and 40 feet. So could you maintain a 35-foot buffer and still be able to put the fence?
Yeah, I think that it was a little confusing how he worded it. On the north side, we wanted to do 35 feet, just clear the trees that are along the house. And then on the south side, get it down to 10 feet. We're trying to allow 15 feet on each side of our house to clear cut, so to speak, clear out those trees that would be touching the house. And then in addition to that, we wanted to be able to clear any trees that would interfere with a fence along the sides of these properties. Like our neighboring properties have a chain link fence that runs the property line. We would want to do, maybe probably wooden fence or something nice, but yeah, to have along our property line, like most people, a fence to fence in animals and children.
And we could wait and submit a separate variance on the fence.
We kind of submitted it already.
So as long as you maintain the 35-foot buffer to the south and the 10-foot buffer to the north, would that meet the intent of the request? And I'm asking this question to legal just to clarify.
Well, it sounds like what they're describing is wanting to remove some trees along the property line. And it sounds like maybe they made that request, but that for whatever reason, it did not make it into the packet, and you don't have a staff comment on it. And I don't think that it was advertised. Because, if they're wanting to go like all the way around the property line, this request looks like it's just for around the residence.
You're trying to go all the way around the property with your fence?
Just the first like rectangular portion. We would like to be able to build a fence. We're not saying we're building the entire thing. We'd like to build in at least the backyard portion. So from where the house is down to where you see like a servitude crossing, we would like to fence in that section of our property, yes. So there was two kind of requests in there. One for the variance directly on the side of the house, as well as one to allow us to cut any trees that might impede a fence.
So basically, your fence would go along the side that is 360 feet and along the side that is 405 feet.
Yes, ma'am. A portion of that, yes, ma'am. And we've looked, there's not many trees that would be affected, not very many, greater than 6 inches in diameter. I know that's kind of the standard. We don't intend on cutting any like live oak trees or anything like that.
I mean, Helen, you know better than I do whether what they're asking for was advertised or not.
The fence was not advertised to be placed along the property line. However, they're requesting to reduce the buffer from 50 to 35 on one side and 25 to 10. In the event that the board would grant the variance on both sides and they were able to maintain those two buffers, would there be a possibility for them to the board to move the buffers on the north or the south side, or there's?
It sounds good to me.
I don't think that you can have less of a buffer than was advertised for.
Correct.
And if there was a mistake and all of their request was not encompassed in this, in the packet, that's not their fault, but the board can't move on anything more than was advertised.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
I have a question for staff. On the application, the last sentence says, also we have additional requests in the attached document. I'm thinking that the applicant is thinking this was in their original application, and that may have been the fence, but we do not have that in any overview of this variant request or in staff comments. But it seems to me maybe that it was somewhere in your original application that just
That's
didn't
correct.
make
It was on
through
the back.
process.
It was on the additional sides that we submitted.
And I don't see that in my package.
I think our request was just so long that we ran out of room, so, sorry.
Okay.
That's correct. The initial form, we had to put it on a separate page to kind of explain it.
And I only have this
And
one
I can
page.
see, however, I guess I was mistaken and I thought that the red was the fence that was requested to be placed there.
Sorry if it was unclear.
Okay.
yes.
For the applicants, would you prefer for us to table this and have both come back, or to vote on this as presented by staff, and then if you need to come back for the fence, to come back?
Yeah.
We'd prefer to just have the decision now and come back for the fence, if that's the way that has to go.
We could just postpone if you'd like to the next month and re-advertise it with the fence, if,
I think we would like to move forward with the north and the no-cut buffers, and then come back with the fence, if need be. I think we really need to investigate how many trees and, you know, what we could do as far as a fence, and so we could come back to that.
We'll submit a separate request. This will need-
Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I approve, I make a motion to approve the request for the variance, knowing that they'll come back for the fence if need be.
Did you have any opposition? Did you check for opposition?
Oh, in a second.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question.
Oh, sure.
The variance is for a portion of that north and south, so we don't have any clarity on the portion. I do want to second the motion, but I think we should clarify what that portion of that length of that property is.
That is the box around the house that you see, the red box.
Can you give us a dimension?
40 foot from the edge of the proposed residence on the north and the south side. And
But
then-
for how long down the property?
As far as total length, sir?
Yes.
Let me see if we
would
can-
it be the 405 feet?
It's,
Yeah, I mean, yes, if it could clarify with the board and be appropriate, would say the 405 foot and the 360 foot. If we request the variance, we would do the whole length of the property. Or, as we said before, tried to state just 40 foot in front of the residence to 40 foot back. And I don't have a whole length of that, but I'm estimating it's, you know, another 100 foot with the house per se.
yeah, I think we were just asking for, yeah, it's probably somewhere around the 150, only up for 150 feet of the property were we asking for this variance. For the rest of the 405 feet and the 360 feet, we weren't asking for.
That's why I wanted to clarify this motion. So would you say that 150 feet, 200 feet?
Mr. David, do you know how long the house is? Long or width?
Depth.
The depth is 75, so plus 40, so another 80 feet, so.
155.
Is that 155? Okay, so if Mr. Ballantyne would accept the
I
friendly
do.
amendment of 155 feet in length, we clarify that a portion of, okay,
Yes, sir.
On the north and the south side?
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Now,
I'll second that with that clarification.
well, we need to redo that motion.
Okay.
I mean, that's cleaner.
I'm not clear on just, Mr. Valentine, you want to just restate that motion, please?
Does anybody have those dimensions?
155 feet in length.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the request for variance with the dimensions that we just cited, the 55 feet in length.
155.
155.
Second.
And we have a second. Mr. Valentine made a motion to approve the variance with the different, some guidelines. It was second by Mr. Guidry. All those and they will have to come back at the next meeting, right?
For fence.
If necessary.
If necessary. Helen?
Yeah, they will evaluate the situation to see if it's necessary.
So they will or won't have to come back next month.
We will speak with them and they will look at the property and see if it's necessary for them to remove some trees to have the tree, that have the fence installed.
Okay, all right. So all those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
All in favor, motion carries.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Next case is 2020-2046, request by applicant in an A-2 suburban zoning district to reduce the required side yard 50-foot no-cut buffer to 20-foot on the east and west side of the property. The property is located at 36-379 Charlene Drive, Pearl River, Louisiana. Applicant is Wayne Shootover.
Something like that.
The applicant is requesting to reduce the required side yard 50-foot no-cut buffer to 20 feet on the east and west side of the property. Staff comments, please.
The objective of the request is to allow for the construction of a single-family residence within the 135-foot wide front portion of the property. Staff does not have any objection to the request, considering that the preservation of the 50-foot buffer on each side would result in a remaining 35-foot wide space available for the construction of a residence.
Do we have a representative?
Yes, Wayne Schoonover, 105 Leonel Circle, Slidell, Louisiana.
Any comments, corrections?
Basically, before I start with moving forward with paying for plans for the house, want to make sure that I am able to build on what I would like. Basically, it only leaves me 35 feet width to build on, and my property goes back 1,280 feet. So the proposed house that I'm looking to do, that I've done on my own preliminary drawings, would be roughly 70 feet wide by 75 feet deep, the overall dimensions.
Any questions?
Just one question. How did you find out you had to file an application for the Board of Adjustment?
I believe when I went to go file a permit for my company, I asked the local person over there, and they told me, oh, you need to get a land clearing permit. Okay, so on and so forth. That's when I got in touch with Ms. Helen.
Thank you. We see quite a bit of after the facts, and I'm always curious how the information is being disseminated, so
Yeah,
thanks.
I'm not a fan of wasting money.
I agree. Mr. Chairman, motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Guidry, second by Mr. Valentine, to approve the variance. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Motion passed. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Our next case is BOA 2020-2051, request by applicant in an A-1 suburban zoning district to allow for the placement of a swimming pool within the front yard. The property is located at 76476 US Highway 25, Covington, Louisiana. Applicant and Representative Howard and Sarah Hiker, third. The applicant is requesting to allow for the placement of a swimming pool within the front yard. Staff comments, please.
The Unified Development Code in Section 130.2213 allows for in-ground swimming pool to be located either in a side or rear yard area. The applicant is proposing to locate the requested swimming pool within the front yard of the property and is therefore requesting a variance. Staff is not in favor of the request, considering that no hardship has been demonstrated and then that there is sufficient space in the rear yard of the property to construct the pool. And the owner submitted an additional document that I will pass around to the board.
Do we have a representative? Want to state your name and address, please?
My name's Howard Edward Hilker III. My address is 76476 Highway 25.
Any comments?
Yes, the reason we're trying to put the pool where we're trying to put it is because in 2010, the previous owners of our property had a pool, and they took the whole deck all the way around the pool, put it in the pool, and then covered it with dirt. So I can't put a pool there without incurring a lot of expenses to dig up all of the concrete that's in there, move that out of there, and then build a new pool in the same spot. So on the other side of the house, there's a perfectly good spot, which is also about the end of where the pool is gonna be to the end of our property is about 350 feet. So, and you can't even see the house from the road, and you can't even see the neighbors. I would like to submit a letter from my next door neighbors. Also, my dad is here. He owns the property behind me. He technically would be the only person other than us that would see the pool because he lives, like we have a quarter of a mile driveway that goes from the road to the back of the property. They live at the back of the property. This is Howard Jr. And then I would also like to submit a picture from Google Maps of 2010 of the actual pool that was there.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Highway 25 is considered the street fronting your property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a long drive that goes along the right-hand side of your property?
Right. If you're following the driveway from the road to my house, it's about 515 feet. But that goes all the way back to the back of the property, which is about a quarter of a mile.
Right.
From the road to the river. So technically, my kids think that is the actual
front.
street. Right. That's what we actually consider the front.
The front.
We don't use any of the side where the pool is as it has a door, but we don't use it as a front door. We consider what faces our driveway, what some people call driveway, is the front of the house. So it would technically, for us, be on the side.
So technically, you have a 400-foot depth front yard. It's not like you're putting a pool in your front yard in a typical neighborhood.
Right, we have, the whole piece of property is about 11 and a half acres.
Yeah.
Is it about 11 and a half? Yeah, 11 and a half acres. My portion that we bought from them for the front half of the property is about 5 and a half or so.
Right.
So they own like 6 acres in the back-ish, and I own like 5 in the front. Originally, we were trying to get the pool put in the backyard, but when the pool builder came out, we're like, this is where we want it. They took a special thing that's about this tall, it's T-handle, and put it in the ground, a whole bunch of spots, and it was about 2.5 feet deep. Everywhere where that actual old pool was full of concrete.
They found another
And they
pool.
said, it's gonna double the cost of your pool, so we didn't wanna do that.
I just wanted to verify that Highway 25 was your fronting road and that your front yard was 400 feet. So,
Right.
thank you. Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Nope. Motion to approve? We need 4.
Is there anybody in the audience opposed to this?
Mr. Bukta will be back momentarily.
While we wait, is there any opposition to this case? All righty. Waiting on one individual here. Did anybody make a motion? You second? Okay. Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Guidry. We have a second. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand. I think we got enough. Motion passed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we could do that. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Our next case, case number 2020-2044 BOA, request by applicant in an AML, Advanced Manufacturing and Logistic District, to appeal the decision by parish officials that the land clearing of the property in question resulted in adverse impact to the surrounding community, wetlands and streams, and that UDC section. Trees mitigation does not allow for 100% payment into the tree bank program as requested. The property is located South Oshna Boulevard, Covington, Louisiana. Applicant representative, Allstate Financial Company, Josh Warner. The applicant is requesting to appeal the decision by parish officials that the land clearing of the property in question results in adverse impact to the surrounding community, wetlands, and streams per UDC Section 130-2240, and that UDC Section 130-1975 tree mitigation does not allow for 100% payment into the tree bank program as requested. Staff comments, please.
The applicant is requesting a land clearing permit for a 67.47 acre site near South Oshna Boulevard. 2 variances are being requested, and both variance requests are an appeal of an adverse decision made by parish official and an appeal of the interpretation by parish official of the Unified Development Code. Number 1, staff has determined that due to the potential land clearing or loss of trees and native soils, there will be increased stormwater runoff volume and loss of floodwater soil storage. Reduction in trees and native soils will result in loadings of water quality pollutants and may result in further degrading the lower Tchefuncte River. The impact based on the information provided does not meet the St. Tammany Parish Code as detailed below. Because of the potential adverse impact noted above, the application for land clearing does not meet the St. Tammany Parish Code, Section 130-2240, land clearing permit. A1, promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. A3, to conserve natural resources, including natural streams, systems, and wetlands which contribute to adequate air and water quality. A4, to prevent certain activities from resulting in adverse impact to the surrounding communities. And B, live oak and cypress trees 6 inches in diameter breast height and over shall not be removed or otherwise damaged by parties engaged in the operation of land clearing in the parish for any purpose whatsoever unless otherwise expressly permitted by the Parish Department of Planning and Development. In addition, as Section 130-2249 B5, denial of the permit shall only be for the following D aspect of the project do not comply with the requirements of this chapter. Staff recommends upholding the land clearing permit denial based on the above reasons. Number 2, the tree protection plan proposes a 100% mitigation of the live oak removed to be paid to the St. Tammany Parish Tree Bank. Per Section 130-1975G, Tree Bank Program Item 2, mitigation is not permitted outright but shall be used as last resort. If on-site mitigation is not feasible where conditions preclude compliance with the division, the property owner shall pay into the Parish Tree Bank Program as determined by the Department of Planning and Development or the Board of Adjustments, whichever is applicable. The plan shows a total area of 69.46 acres, including 29.5 landscape area acres. Since the building footprint has been reduced to change to 100% tree bank payment is not consistent with previous submittal that have shown a combination of mitigation on site as well as payment to the tree bank. Staff recommends upholding the denial of 100% tree bank payment for mitigation. As per page 3, item 4 below, and of the variance appeal request form, St. Tammany Parish Board of Adjustment is limited in its power to grant a variance or appeal request as mandated by state law and parish law. The board must consider the following in order to determine if a variance appeal is eligible for granting. Number 4, does the variance appeal request impose an adverse effect on the adjacent neighbor's property or surrounding neighborhood? If the variance appeal request adversely affect on an adjacent property owner or the surrounding neighborhood in general, and testimony is forthcoming from same that can be proven within reason that an adverse effect would be imposed, the board may decide not to grant the applicant's variance or appeal request.
Do we have a representative?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brookter, Paul Marone representing the applicant this afternoon.
1 minute, Paul.
Yeah.
Paul, we have, before you speak, we're going to have Councilman Loreno come up.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Adjustments. First off, I'd like to say thank you for serving and giving your time to St. Tammany Parish. I just have a statement I'd like to read into the record, and I think it'll be quite clear what I'm talking about and only what I'm talking about. First off, I'd like to begin by making it clear that this information referenced in this statement has been collected through my role as Parish Council member and Council Chairman. And I make this statement as Council member that approved and supports this project. I am no way representing the permit applicant or anyone related to Medline project. My concern is regarding issues with permitting process and the potential impact of future development in St. Tammany Parish. Regarding the land clearing permit application in question, it came to my attention in August of this year that the applicant had been submitted 3 months previously, and the Parish Planning and Development Office had consistently failed to communicate the status of the applicant or define the actions necessary to reach permit approval over the period of time, leaving the applicant without a clear path forward. After I was questioned about the situation by the applicant, I requested a meeting with the parish administration, planning and development employees, permit applicant, and Councilman Taladano, Vice Chair of the Council, attended. During this meeting, employees of the Planning and Zoning Department admitted that they failed to return calls and emails to the applicant about this permit. Parish CAO Gina Hayes stated this same meeting that failure by planning and development to communicate regarding the status of this permit would be an issue. Everyone in the meeting was told that a letter regarding the status of this permit application would be issued within 48 hours. A denial letter was issued 2 days later, with 2 items stated as the reason for denial: tree cutting and drainage. The idea that there may be drainage issues had not been mentioned by planning, had not been brought up during the meeting just 2 days prior. The denial letter also did not include the standard information is given to all applicants how to correct the deficiencies so that a permit can potentially be approved going forward if possible. At the time, it was denied. Did not happen. When the denial letter was issued, Parish President Mike Cooper stated very publicly that he supported the permit denial. I requested another meeting with the parish administration and planning department to find out why the permit denial letter was non-standard and how the applicant could not get information needed to correct the deficiencies. They refused to meet. The applicant process has now lasted 7 months already. Between the Planning and Development Department failing to respond to calls and emails, the parish president public statement filing a vague and non-standard permit denial letter, the administration and parish employees' refusal to meet with myself and the applicant when requested, there's potentially either serious incompetence by parish employees or an interference by parish administration affecting this permit process. The ordinance allows development to move forward at the site in question was passed almost a year ago. Regardless of the reason for denial with this permit, we in St. Tammany Parish are sending a dangerous message to any potential investor that may want to develop in our parish. We either cannot or will not meet your development needs. It doesn't matter to me if it's upheld or not. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to state that the process that it has gone through thus far is not a very good representation of St. Tammany Parish. Thank you, sir, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino.
May I ask one question, please? Which is, my only question would be is, as he said, this would be very clear where he stands on the issue. I do question why this would not be 5 minutes out of the applicant's time or the petitioner's time if he's going to give something telling you exactly why he thinks you all ought to vote in favor of this.
Let Paul state his case first.
Thank you, Mr. Brookter, members of the board. Again, Paul Marone on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. To say this process has been unusual would be an understatement. It has been a moving target, and it has been very difficult to communicate and to have a clear understanding of what is expected and what is needed. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. While the staff comments that you just heard set forth generally what the denial of the permit was about, the letter from Mr. Liner to my client of September 2nd, of which you all were sent a copy of, gave details to why that denial was given. We also provided you with a letter that we believe respectfully refuted each of those points in that letter. So I hope you all had a chance to review it. But there are two primary issues with this denial. The first is fairly simple, that the tree mitigation plan for the removal of the oak trees cannot be 100% payment into the mitigation bank. That's one. The second is that there is a general concern about runoff, drainage, and wetlands on the site. Let's first take the tree mitigation issue, and this goes to what Mr. Lorino was talking about. We have had multiple tree mitigation proposals submitted to the parish. We have been told multiple times, well, we want this or we would prefer that. Finally, we were told that we really want you to get to 50%, under 50% removal of the trees, the live oak trees, and that you need to propose a reasonable combination of payment into the mitigation bank and replanting. On September 13th, we submitted a new plan, which is in front of you, to the staff. We have gotten no response, despite multiple calls and requests to review that, to comment, and to tell us where we are. Because when we applied for the Board of Adjustments, we were told at that time, well, we'll have time during the intervening period to work out the mitigation issue, so that really won't be before the board, it'll probably just be the drainage issue. Well, once we made our submittal to the board, no more comment. Refusal to meet, refusal to discuss anything regarding the permit. So, what is before you is what the staff has had since the 13th, but have been waiting to comment on perhaps till today or maybe after a decision is rendered today. But what you have there is exactly what they've asked for. That is a plan that preserves more than 50% of the trees on site, the live oaks. Also, it provides for mitigation in two parts. Planting or replanting, and we have utilized all of the green spaces, all of the lining the drives, the landscape islands, everywhere that we could possibly replant a tree that was consistent with reasonable spacing and survivability, we have on that plan. Other than that, we have proposed to pay into the tree mitigation bank, which is what we were asked to do. Now, mind you, the ordinance doesn't specify any of this. The ordinance doesn't specify, well, you got to get below 50% removal, or all it says is that you've got to get approval from the Department of Development. So we're trying to hit the target, but that's been very difficult to do. But with regards to tree mitigation, I would respectfully submit to you that the plan before you does just that. It does just that. It meets what we were told was our objective in regards to what trees are removed, what trees are preserved, and how we're mitigating for those trees. Then, beyond the tree mitigation, we get into the concern about stormwater volume runoff in wetlands. Let me first say that we have reviewed every land clearing permit that has been issued by St. Tammany Parish since January 1 of this year, since the new administration took over. Not one has any of the criteria in that September 2nd letter that was used to deny our permit. None of those criteria are mentioned. What you see before you, these are the submittals that we have made trying to hit the target for our land clearing permit. This stack, the 42 other permits issued in St. Tammany Parish since January 1 of 2020. One application, 42. I don't see how we get over that. I don't see how you reconcile that. If you look through this stack, you will not see any of the criteria about volume, about runoff, about wetlands. You might say, well, this is a big site, Paul. There are bigger sites in that stack. You might say, well, you got wetlands, Paul. There are wetlands in that stack. There's smaller sites in that stack. There's stacks next door. There's stacks down, or sites down the street. There's everything in that stack. There is no way that you can reasonably distinguish from what is in that stack and what is in this stack for Medline. We have been treated very differently, very, very differently. And that treatment is arbitrary and capricious, I would respectfully submit to you. With regards to volume specifically, to deny our permit based on an increase in volume, I will tell you that there is nothing in the ordinances of St. Tammany Parish that deal with the volume of runoff. Nothing. You will not find that because volume is not regulated in St. Tammany Parish. The rate of runoff is regulated in St. Tammany Parish. If you are going to use the criteria of volume, increase in volume, then you will never issue another clearing permit in St. Tammany Parish because the removal of one tree is going to increase the volume. That's why it is not the criteria upon which a decision can be based. I would also submit to you that if you use the same criteria in that September 2nd letter for our denial and apply it to all of these permit requests, none get issued. None. In addition, if you use that same criteria and you use it prospectively on all other permits that are going to be requested, you're not going to be able to issue those either because you have got criteria here that is not reasonable and is not ascertainable. Volume is one of them, but let's talk about stormwater storage. To read that September 2nd letter, it would suggest that you've got to have your stormwater retention and drainage in place at the time you ask for your building permit. Well, I ask you, think about that. Think about that. In almost every instance, what happens? You take a piece of property to put in your ponds and your ditches. What is the first thing you've got to do? You've got to clear the site to be able to construct that infrastructure. The way that this denial is set up, you could never comply with that. Except in very few rare occasions would you be able to have that drainage infrastructure in place when you began to clear. Again, not in any of these permits. So I said in almost every case. What's interesting is this site is one of those unique cases where we do have the infrastructure in sight. This property is part of the Nordulac development that has a drainage plan that has already been approved by St. Tammany Parish. It already has infrastructure in the ground in a series of retention ponds. That drainage study that was approved by St. Tammany Parish that encompasses this property and has the infrastructure in place accounted for this site as clear cut, the entire thing. 30% of our site, as submitted in our permit application, is staying green. So we have ponds in place that already allow us to meet the stormwater runoff requirements of St. Tammany Parish. To prove that we have that capacity, we have been selling credits to other developers because of the excess capacity we have in our system. We've sold credits to some of our surrounding developers that have come in. The most recent one was in December of 2019 for the Ochsner Cancer Center at the corner of Highway 21 and Ochsner Boulevard. So that system is in place. To suggest that, well, there's going to be stormwater runoff problems here, respectfully, we have a drainage plan and infrastructure in place to account for that. Nobody else, very few developments are going to have that in place. Very, very few are going to have that in place. On the permits, when they are issued, there is a statement there, and I'm going to paraphrase it. I may mess it up a little bit, but basically what it says is, look, if we give you this land clearing permit, you've still got to comply with all of the applicable regulations of the state and federal government or anybody else that has jurisdiction over your site, right? And so what does that tell us? That says, hey, if you've got wetlands, you've got to go to the Corps of Engineers, right? It acknowledges that there are other agencies that have oversight of other aspects. Wetlands is one of them. We have a wetland permit, we have supplied it, and we have mitigated all of the wetlands on this site, though we're still going to preserve, although mitigated, 14 acres of wetlands. I don't think that was considered in our denial letter. Also, stormwater quality, that was an issue. Well, the parish does not have a stormwater, a water quality ordinance at all. However, the state of Louisiana does monitor stormwater, and we have a stormwater certificate that the parish has commented on favorably as part of that. I'll wrap up and simply say that all we're asking for is to be treated the same as all of these applicants in this stack over here. And if you do that, you should overturn the denial of our permit. Thank you.
Do we have some that oppose? You want to give
Hi.
me your name and address, please?
Yes, quick statement. Nancy Wagner, 33 Hyacinth Drive, Covington. This is just a quick statement in response to Mr. Lorino's comment about lack of communication from the planning department. I have conducted multiple public records requests, and I have many, many documents, letters from April, letters from July, emails from Mr. Wayner back and forth. I do think it was a mischaracterization to try and let you people think that this department has not been doing a job. And also, if they have a stack of documents and they say you're treated one way, is somebody going to read those into the record and evaluate them? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dr. Ryan Green, 14488 Lake Tahoe Drive in Covington. Our group is here to support the parish's denial of the land clearing permit for the tract of land in question. There are many, many people here today. They can raise their hands and show you who they are. In addition to these residents, we have over 1,400 petitioners that have signed a petition supporting the parish's denial. And we have lots of letters that have been submitted to Ms. Lambert, as well as comments that I'd also like to submit those into the record, supporting the parish's denial of this land clearing permit. Today we will hear from regional experts that will talk about the adverse effects of this project, as Mr. Lorino stated, the adverse effects of this project. We'll hear about the science supporting the parish's denial of this permit, and we will also hear from residents who live in subdivisions that are closest to this project, whose health, safety, and welfare will be drastically threatened if this project goes forth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Elise Reed, and I live at 24 Camellia Drive in Flower Estates. I'm going to speak to you about two things. First of all, well, the big thing I'm going to talk to you about is a letter that you received from Andrew Whitehurst with the Healthy Gulf Organization. In that letter, they provided to you research data which covers this specific area where this land is located. And it talks about risks to other property owners with regard to floodplain management and floodwater management. We're also going to show you a very brief, few-second-long video where you see Mr. Marone providing his statement to the parish council about how they would deal with flood management. Okay, the letter from Healthy Gulf, 3 issues. And these directly support the concerns identified in your own staff's report. First issue, the magnitude of approved wetland fill permits since 2014 is impressive. 1,240 acres. That was probably this stack. Over 1,000 acres of wetlands filled, approved to be filled. In 2018 alone, 509 acres were filled. Given the rapid, intense development here, you would think government might want to consider keeping natural water storage provided by natural wetland soil rather than continue to fill and pave it. I can't turn my page. Sorry, y'all. Thank you. Issue 2. Historically and currently, this land serves as a sponge for stormwater for the existing and residential and business communities which surround it. Clearing and filling this land will add to the drainage burden of existing drainage systems and stormwater management solutions. Wetland function, which is the ability for 1 acre of wetlands to store 1 million gallons of water, is not replaced when somebody buys wetland mitigation credits and uses them miles away. Detention ponds filled with impervious clay, those are a very poor substitute to a forested wetland. The third issue, from a water management perspective only, the removal of 138 live oaks is a significant loss. These trees help deal with water through evapotranspiration of water year-round, and also they intercept and attenuate rainfall runoff. That's the end of the letter. I urge you not to overrule the Cooper administration's very well-reasoned decision on this. Now we have a very brief little video to show you.
We know that there's a 25% reduction required on a 100-year storm event. We know that if we can't meet that, we cannot get a building permit. I will tell you, you have a unique situation here because rather than building detention ponds when this facility is built, those detention facilities are already in place. The Wainers have already constructed them for their entire properties in this area. In that system, there is currently 109 acre feet of additional storage. That alone would more than accommodate what would be needed for this particular development. But we know that there's a 25% reduction required.
Next, board members, you will hear from Mr. Don Allett, who's a civil engineer, who is retired from 33 years of work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, serving as a hydraulic engineer.
Name and address, please.
I'm Don Allett, 38 Begonia Drive, Covington. As I'll explain, the reality of the drainage from the Medline site is very different from what has been described thus far. During previous hearings, including the November 2019 Parish Council meeting, and as shown on the drawings that were filed with the Corps of Engineers permit for the Medline site, which is the slide that's up now, it was shown that all of the drainage is flowing to the east for both existing drainage and proposed drainage towards the detention pond behind Forest Manor Nursing Home. And no drainage is shown flowing to the north of the proposed connector road. Next slide. In reality, as shown on this slide, A significant portion of the drainage will flow to the north. This drawing is from the Corps of Engineers permit application for the proposed LA 21 to LA 1077 connector road, and it shows significant drainage flowing towards the northeast from the Medline site. Culverts under the proposed connector road will allow this flow, which will be significantly increased by the proposed 46 acres of concrete, the equivalent of 6 Superdomes side by side, to continue to pass to the northeast, possibly causing flooding in Normandy Oaks Village, which happened during the May flood. 7 homes are flooded, as well as flooding within subdivisions to the north and to the west, as shown by the blue arrows going 3 directions, including Shady Lakes. Drainage flows may pass over the top of the connector road as well during a severe flood. In summary, since the Medline slab elevation is proposed to be 23 feet and land elevations at Shady Lakes range from 19.5 feet to 20.5 feet, the proposed Medline facility would increase flooding in Shady Lakes as well as in other nearby subdivisions. Also, the flooding that occurred in Normandy Oaks Village during the May flood seems to indicate that the developer's statement that the detention ponds and developments east of the Medline site contain more than enough storage capacity so that it can meet the parish drainage requirements for discharge into the receiving water body, which is Flowers Bayou, for his existing amount of development is questionable. And that flood, that the May flood also seems to indicate that there is little to no chance that this storage capacity is adequate for his existing amount of development plus Medline. Thank you.
Folks, what you're going to see right now are pictures from the May flooding in the Shady Lakes Estates subdivision. This subdivision is a mere 500 linear feet from the proposed development site, and you can see what is happening right here, all the flooding that we had and the wetlands were still in place. Imagine what would happen if these wetlands were destroyed, how much the catastrophe of the flooding, what it would be. Right now, I'm going to bring up Brian Hutchinson. He lives in the villages of Normandy Oaks, who was catastrophically impacted by the May floods.
And we ask that you bear with us for just a second while he gives his statement, considering Chairman Lorino's extra time. Thank you.
State your name and address.
Brian Hutchinson, 705 Rue Bordeaux. First, I want to say good evening to everybody, and thanks for allowing me to come and speak to all of y'all. I just want to say out loud that I'm completely for economic development in our parish. I am. Just not in our residential community. I'm not here to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm not here to make enemies. Just want to try to protect me, my wife, and my children. I know maybe some of you have flooded. Have you ever watched the faces of your children cry and panic and fear when their home's being taken away and destroyed right in front of their eyes? My daughter walked into the room and started crying and screaming, "Oh, no, no, my God, my room, the water's all in my room, Dad, everything's gone." These images burned in my mind, both my children, 9 and 11 at the time, fully clothed in their pajamas.
Take your time.
Sitting down between sandbags and the door with red Solo cups, trying to get the water out, and crying, saying, "Daddy, please don't let the water get in our house." It was disheartening for me. We were displaced in our home for over 2 months, absolutely disrupted the family. Even with the whole COVID pandemic, it was just devastating. My Molly here asks every single time it floods, "Are we going to flood, Daddy?" I mean, every time the rain comes, "Are we going to flood, Daddy? Is the pond going to come in our house again?" Every time there's a hard rain, she runs to the back door and stares at the pond saying, if it gets close, Daddy, I'm going to tell you. My children are paranoid. They're petrified. Every single rain shower is a problem. And I just feel like that this is not going away. My opinion is we'll continue to flood with or without flood insurance. My family's sick and worried, and we'll be displaced all over again. For my family, all expenses from the flood came out of pocket. We didn't have flood insurance. We were told, you don't need it. I had to bow down and ask for help, as well as donations from friends and families, just to survive. It's rough on a man. We walked away tirelessly for months just to get out of our house and back to a home. I spent over 2 months living with family and friends as my children slept mostly on the pallets on the floor and air mattresses. Listen, I don't know much about data and statistics, but I do know what happened to me and my family and my kids and experience this in real time. And I hope and we pray that this never happens again. But I can tell you, instead of 6 inches in my house, maybe it's going to be 2 feet next time. I don't know. And I've got a couple of more things. We love our neighborhood. We love our community. And I love what they've done to our community and how they built it and everything else. This has been a long, tough road for me and my family for the flooding part. I can tell you my bank accounts are drained, my home's still in pieces, and I don't feel safe. And I just thank you for allowing me to talk today. I thank you for allowing me to talk in front of you. And I just hope that we can come to some kind of resolution and that this doesn't happen to us again. Thank you for allowing me to talk. And if any of you have any questions for my kids, they'd love to answer whatever questions you may have.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other? Oh, got a rebuttal? State your name, address, please.
Yes, my name is Tommy Buckle, 314, 16165 East Brewster Road. So I'm here today to express, I guess, some thoughts and concerns as it relates to all of this. Number one, our company is licensed in 38 states. I'm personally licensed in 14 states. We do site development all over the U.S. There is not an ordinance out there that deals with volume. There's not. And there's a concern that I have as a resident of St. Tammany Parish who is raising a family here that is ultimately going to be subjected to a development community that it's not going to exist. We're gonna spend a tremendous amount of taxpayer dollars fighting something we don't need to fight if we continue to go down this road, because it's not a defendable position. It's not. I hear some of the comments that are made about the trees. I hear comments that are made about wetlands. I hear those things, right? And as an environmental engineer, I totally concur and agree with those things. However, this development and my research has done what they needed to do to go through the development process. They got a 404 permit. They paid for the mitigation. They're preserving 14 acres of undisturbed area that's previously been mitigated, which means that 14 acres has been bought in another bank, and so there's additional preservation that's taking place. There's not too many guys out there that are going to do this. And the barriers and the hurdles and the decisions that have come recently will completely shut down. You will not be able to put a pool in your backyard. You won't be able to put a shed in your backyard. You won't put paved stones in your backyard because they will increase volume, period, end of story. You won't build another soccer park because when you tear the trees down in Coquille, you're gonna cause increased runoff. I mean, you can't regulate that, guys, and that is, I cannot fathom the amount of money and time we're gonna spend as a governmental entity wasting our taxpayer dollars we could put them in good use to actually deal with existing problems. There's existing problems all over this parish. We need to put our money and we need to do things that actually make improvements.
Thanks.
Just a few additional comments in the time I have left. First of all, with regards to the Shady Lakes and the pictures that you saw there, none of the water from this site goes to Shady Lakes. So that may seem funny to those that have not looked at the hydrology, but that is accurate. The video that you saw me is 100% accurate. It's exactly what I said to you today, that there are existing ponds in place to address this. With regards to Mr. Hutchison, first of all, that was moving, and I certainly feel for he and his family in a sincere way. And I'm sorry that they had to go through that. But I have to say that the system in place exceeds all of the requirements of St. Tammany Parish. That was a catastrophic rain event that was over 17 inches in about 7 or 8 hours. And as President Cooper said, when you have a rain event like that, you are going to overwhelm systems. And that is regrettable. But what we are obligated to do as developers is to meet the requirements of St. Tammany Parish when it comes to these items, right? That's what we're asked to do. And those requirements are some of the most stringent in the state of Louisiana and in the southeastern United States. And this system meets those requirements. And our land clearing permit meets the requirements for a land clearing permit. And so I would remind you, that's what we're here about. You're not being asked to pass on whether or not this is a project that should be in this location. You're not being asked whether this is the right zoning, whether you like the AML zone here, whether you like Medline, whether you don't like Medline. That's not really what we're here about. We're here about the issue of a land clearing permit that's been requested by the owner of a piece of property. And I have tried to demonstrate to you all respectively that the requirements, the reasonable requirements of St. Tammany Parish have been met. The new requirements that only seem to apply to this site are unreasonable, are arbitrary, are capricious, and therefore that denial respectfully should be overridden today.
Dwight Dosky, be easier if I pull off this mask, wouldn't it? Dwight Dosky, 33 Hyacinth Drive, Covington, Louisiana. I'm going to try to show a video in the background as I give you some talk, because I think a lot of this has already been admitted by Mr. Marone. And so
Neighbors helping neighbors.
Reduce this volume, is this woman's talking about neighbors helping neighbors. And you look at the flooding. Let's look at what we've got. First off, we've got the failure to meet the procedural requirement of a written narrative designed to provide this board and everybody else really with notice of what they are asking for. They just said, we're going to appeal it. Now they're telling you, go ahead and throw the whole scheme out because we don't think the scheme is fair. It's not fair to us, and we're crying about it. We haven't had the opportunity to prepare and defend. Mr. Liner hasn't had the opportunity to prepare and defend the accusations that have just come from their camp. They're asking for a variance rather than appeal. They're asking for a variance on something that's still in litigation in front of the 22nd JDC. In fact, the zoning itself has not concluded. But one thing we do know, if you cut down trees now, as you heard in one of the earlier things, you cut down the trees now, you're not going to be able to restore those wetlands. You're not going to. Now, this group might decide that what we want to do is permit their request, really, to throw the whole system out. We haven't heard any word of testimony whatsoever which impeaches the scientific authority that Mr. Liner gave, either about the amount of drainage that will be lost, about the retention abilities. What we have heard is from Mr. Marone about how his client has tried to do everything that he possibly can. and that this was just a horrible, horrible incident. Well, you know what? When he stands up in front of the city or the parish council, when he stands up in front of you and says, we already have systems that will completely take care of anything that's going to happen, and you listen to witness after witness, you listen and you watch crying children, you watch residents who have been forced out of their homes and can barely afford to rebuild. Well, there's no question in Mr. Marone's mind, or in your minds, I would submit, that destroying the wetlands that we do have, destroying the retentive capacity that we do have, is certainly going to lessen the storage capacity, the retention capacity, and increase the chances of flooding. There can be no question about that. And whether he wants to talk about how things are unfair, that we're willing to plant trees in Slidell, and he's still going to go ahead and tell a resident of this parish, of these subdivisions, I'm really sorry that your kids got flooded out. I'm sorry that they had to use those go-cups and try to bail water out of their houses. But you know what? Tell them that the people over in Slidell are going to be happier when we plant some trees over there. The fact is, every single thing, every single reason that Mr. Liner gave for rejecting this, whether or not you want to believe this is a new assumption of responsibility by Mr. Liner, whether or not you want to believe that Mr. Liner is going ahead and complying with what he sees as his duty, perhaps what we ought to be doing is applauding Mr. Liner rather than condemning him. And that's the problem that you all face. The problem is that they are asking you, without having done any of the things that they are required to for variance, they're asking you to actually even throw this out, and it's not a 1,000-year flood event. Let's hear again, very briefly, from Don Ouellette. Don, could you please come up and tell them how often this flood event might occur and how you calculated it?
Just 3 minutes now.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Marone said that 17 inches of rain fell in the basin that Medline is in, or in that area. I used the most state-of-the-art methodology for determining how much rainfall falls in a particular area, which is the cumulative rainfall radar product that the National Weather Service has. The amount of rain that fell in the Medline area was only about 10 inches at most. And so the ponds, the retention pond system could not even handle that amount.
Is this a 50 to 100-year event?
And this event, over about a 12-hour period, which is what the people that live in the area observed, the rainfall fell for about 12 hours. That would calculate based on, again, the latest information from the latest atlas from the National Weather Service, which say that this is between a 50 and a 100-year event. So the pond should have been able to handle the May flood, but they could not. And as far, and I showed a slide recently, and all of you have that slide, since we provided it before. The slide that was up before showed those 3 blue arrows. Mr. Marone said that the water cannot get to Shady Lakes. But if you look at those 3 arrows, one goes to the northwest, one goes to the north, and one goes to the northeast, right towards Normandy Oak Village. The water can pass over the road during a severe flood. It can pass through culverts underneath the road during any flood. And so there's nothing to stop the water from getting into the area north of the connector road, and from there it can go to wherever it wants to go.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I can tell you from living in Shady Lake Estates for 13 years, every time it rains, like Brian and his family, we look to make sure that the water is continuing to flood south. I know it goes south. If anything gets in the way of that, or anything cannot absorb it, like a monstrosity of a building, or the wetlands are cleared, it's going to come back this way, the way Mr. Ouellette just said. So I ask you to please keep that in mind when you're making this decision. Thank you.
3 minutes, Paul.
Thank you. I would start by reminding everybody about why we're here again. And I don't want to be repetitive, but we're here about the issue solely of whether or not my client is entitled to pull a building permit, pull a clearing permit, a land clearing permit on this site. So is the conclusion then that no, this property, you can't ever clear this site. We got to have this sponge, as they called it, there forever? Because when we were here at zoning and we were talking about putting PBC2 there, they didn't suggest that it couldn't be cleared for PBC2. But suddenly now, this is a sponge. If this one site, which is no different than what Normandy Oaks was before it was developed, no different than what Flowers Estates was before it was developed, all had wetlands, every one of them, as did Maison du Lac, as did Terabella, all had wetlands. Same characteristics, same criteria. I would submit to you that the answer cannot be that for some reason, this one piece of ground in this location can never be cleared. And in this one piece of ground, in this location, we're going to have a new set of rules that are going to apply to you, but not going to apply to everybody else. We filed for the variance request under the requirements of St. Tammany Parish. We have done everything that we have been asked to do under the law. We were not required to give a narrative. We were required to make our request and to come here and present our case, and that's what we've done. And I would submit to you that if you focus on what is before you, and that is whether or not simply a land clearing permit under these circumstances can be issued or should be issued, I think the answer is yes, and I think that the decision to deny it should be overturned, because I believe the decision is based on an erroneous interpretation and an arbitrary and capricious implementation of the Unified Development Code. And if the rules that were followed with all of the other 42 permits were followed with this permit, we would not be here today. So I respectfully request your consideration to overturn the denial of the permit. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Oh. All right.
My name's Eddie Powell with Kyle Associates, 638 Village Lane North, Mandeville. We're the engineers that did the overall hydrology report. That's been approved for a while. We've modified it recently. Just as of yesterday, I was going through a few minor comments with Chris Tissue to get all that done. I mean, pretty much everything's done. Everything that's on the south of the connector road is being taken care of, and the ponds that are out there are actually planned to be expanded. So everything's really taken care of as far as the hydrology is concerned.
Thanks.
Very simply put, not every, no, okay. We had a minute and a half left, but we respectfully request.
Right. Thanks. Let me just kind of make a statement here. This is really new territory for this committee. We've never had an appeal come before us. So we're just listening to the data, pros and cons of it. So any other questions or concerns from the committee? Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morone, just trying to unpack this as best as I can. We're here to look at a land clearing permit.
Right.
And tree mitigation.
Correct.
On that site. You submitted this tree mitigation plan recently.
On the 13th of September, yes.
Okay. how many trees will have to be removed? Is the numbers 100, 150? Is it live oaks and cypress?
I believe there's 128 to be
128.
removed.
Do you know how many of those trees will be mitigated on site in this plan?
I believe, well, it's mitigated by inches removed.
Right.
And I believe it's 333 inches will be mitigated by replanting on site in the areas that I mentioned prior.
We propose to mitigate all on-site.
Okay.
So we had originally proposed to mitigate all on-site in one of the proposals. There was concern about that, I think, from Ms. Contois about the spacing and the survivability with that many trees. So that gave rise to what you see there, which is the combination of the two. So there's 333 inches of new trees that will be planted in and around the site in the green space along the drives and in the landscape islands. The remainder would be mitigated through the payment into the tree mitigation bank.
Okay. The site has an approved drainage plan by the St. Tammany Parish government.
That's correct.
How long has that been approved?
2010.
There was a letter in my package regarding water quality. This is the letter.
Yes.
Is that review was done by St. Tammany Parish government?
So the water quality certification has to come from the state of Louisiana. But part of that certification is that the state looks for comment from the jurisdiction where the property is located, St. Tammany Parish. And so what you see there is the comments from St. Tammany Parish to the water quality certification that we filed with the state and were ultimately granted.
Okay. Pardon me for jumping around a bit here.
Sure.
I was writing as folks were speaking. Does your drainage plan, approved drainage plan, achieve the 25% reduction?
It does.
Can you explain that to me in a sense? Pre-construction on site as opposed to post-construction on site. What does that mean in layman's terms?
So I'm going to try, and I'm going to look at the engineers that if I'm inaccurate, that they come up and correct me. So what the engineers have to do is they have to determine what the rate of runoff from a site is in its original state, pre-development. Okay, and there are manuals and there are calculations that help them determine that. And then they determine what is the rate of runoff when this site is cleared. And of course, the rate is going to be higher, right, because of the clearing activities. So what the parish says is you've got to reduce the rate of runoff from that piece of property by 25%, not from the cleared condition, but from the original treed condition. And the way that reduction is handled, is achieved, is through retention ponds.
So if you have to create the reduction before it's cleared, that's even a more difficult calculation.
Yes. And
I would think that.
over 90% of the time, I'm not sure how you could ever accomplish that. This is a unique situation in that regard.
You said you were going to preserve 14 acres on the site that don't have to be, 14 acres of wetlands that you've already mitigated. That is, just trying to clear this up, that's 14 acres of the 67 acres.
Correct.
Okay. And some,
Yes, I'm sorry.
someone pointed out that you have an approved hydrology report. It may have been the last gentleman that spoke.
Mhm.
Okay. You mentioned, I think I have this correct, PVC2? What is that?
I'm sorry, that may have been confusing. So prior to the rezoning of the property to the AML zone, it was zone PBC2.
Okay. All right. And someone mentioned, and I'm going to have to ask someone else this question, that some part of this debate is being challenged in the 22nd JDC?
No part of this debate is being challenged in the 22nd Judicial District Court. That is inaccurate.
Okay.
There is nothing in the 22nd Judicial District Court dealing with the land clearing permit. It is about the zoning only, which is not before you today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could staff respond to a couple of your comments?
Yes.
For clarification? Dr. Slater?
Thank you very much. Diet Smythe, St. Tammany Parish Department of Development. I'm in the engineering section. I have a doctorate in civil engineering. I'm responding to Eddie Powell's comment about the approved 2010 hydro study. Actually, it is approved, but it does not include most of the Medline area. We do have a 2013 update, but it too doesn't address the Medline, most of the Medline area.
Okay.
For the water quality certification letter, yes, we do water quality modeling for the state in order to certify that the development will not have a negative impact. However, we do that, in this particular case, we got it at the conceptual time. There were no core permits, there were no civil drawings, there was no hydro study. So we always reserve the right to return and revise our models as development proceeds.
Is this your letter from
Yes.
September 20th?
Yes.
Okay. That's, 2019, okay.
Yeah, and as far as the 25% reduction, yes, that's correct. We do require 25% reduction of the pre-development runoff rates. However, in this particular case with a forested wetland, there is no ponding involved in the modeling, so it may have misrepresented the amount of water coming into the system. There are ways to work the model to do that. I don't guess we need to get into the weeds of that. But it's possible that that was one of the miscalculations in the 100-year event that the system is designed for. In other words, if we cut down trees, we will certainly exceed the 100-year limit that this system is built for. So they have to expand capacity. We had asked, Mr. Liner had asked to get a couple of things cleared up about the modeling in his September 9th email. He wanted Eddie to provide a model for the study area with current constructed ponding capacity for the post-land clearing and pre-development conditions. He did revise the study for complete build-out, but he didn't give us current. So what we wanted to know was, if you cut the trees, will the current capacity of the ponds, without expanding anything, be able to accommodate a 100-year event? We still don't have that answer. I know they're thinking that it's in the 2010 report, but it's not. So we're still going to ask if they would just go back and do a couple model runs and give us some assurances that the current capacity of the ponds in that area can handle the volume of water that'll be released when they cut down the trees.
A question for you. Again, I'm trying to digest a lot of information here. If I heard correctly and understood what I heard, that the Nord Dulac site had more capacity than it needed, and they were able to sell, for lack of a better term, credits to, for example, the Ochsner Cancer Facility. So I'm wondering, is there any checks and balances on that? Should they be selling credits if we're asking them to?
Well, remember, this storm event that occurred, it did flood 6 homes in Normandy Oaks, right north of, the villages of Normandy Oaks, the gentleman that you heard speaking. It's directly north of the South Pond, and the South Pond is what came out of Bank. Obviously, there was something in the system. We don't know exactly what it was, but the water built up near the Ochsner end of the system, which is where Medline is going to be discharging.
Mm-hmm.
So their engineer is working with our engineers to try to discuss ways to push water downstream where it won't hurt anybody. It won't hurt the homes. It won't hurt the structures. By the way, Ochsner Boulevard did come out of Bank in 2 different locations. There was a telephone pole-sized log in that event in May that washed up on the one of the medians, and Ochsner Roundabout had water on it, not to mention the 6 homes, all because the South Pond came out. So we're going to try to, their engineer will need to find out, for instance, was it more than a 100-year event, and is there some kind of a fail-safe that will prevent this from happening in the future?
Is that study something that administration and the developer of this site working together on
Yes.
currently?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recognize President Cooper, I guess.
I didn't sign a card, but I asked for personal privilege to address the Board of Adjustments.
Well, just give me your name and your address there.
Yes, sir. My name is Mike Cooper, Parish President, Coop Drive. I have to apologize. I missed the first part of the meeting that started just before 5. I was on a live Zoom call with one of the local radio stations or TV stations with regard to the upcoming storm hurricane that is soon to be in the Gulf of Mexico and soon to be headed this way. So I missed the first part of the testimony. And after that call, there was a pre-scheduled Cub Scout meeting here in my conference room, so I met with them for about 15 minutes. But before I came in here, I did catch the tail end of Mr. Buckle standing up here at the microphone and talking about future development. If this is not approved, you know, we can forget approving anything else. And based on the folks that I see here in the audience, I know that you've heard a lot of testimony for and against the clearing permit. And that's something that I do agree with Mr. Marone, in which he stated that what you all are here to hear testimony on and what the staff has for the past 5 months, perhaps, maybe 6 months, have been gathering information and making a determination as far as the validity and whether to move forward with issuing a clearing permit on this property that includes live oak trees, wetlands, and basically clear cutting the property. And as Mr. Marone stated, there is no building permit to be considered because they have not submitted for a building permit for any type of development. It is not required for a clearing permit. But I would imagine, and I don't have the exact statistics, that the planning department or the building department has not seen many clearing permits come through for such a large development without having a site plan or a building permit application, at which time you can determine what the adverse effects would be on the property. I know that this department, Mr. Liner and his staff, have reviewed all of the plans that have come in. I know that there have been numerous site visits to the property to mark trees, determine the size of trees. Numerous hours were spent by the staff, by the petitioners, and a decision was rendered. A decision was rendered to deny the permit based on the information that was provided and based on the interpretation of the adverse effects of clear cutting 40-plus acres in wetlands, and a decision was rendered. I'm here in support of my staff, in support of the work that they have done over the past 5 months. And as I look at each and one of you that have a vote this evening, I don't see how you can possibly take the information that they have seen over the past 5 months and have reviewed and to make any other decision other than to support the decision of the planning director and staff to deny the tree clearing permit. So I ask this board to uphold the decision to deny the permit. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thanks. Hold up a minute, Paul.
Yes.
I'd like to thank my staff for working on this for the past 5 months. Dr. Smythe, Ms. Contois, right here in front of us. So I will dispute the fact that we have not worked with either the applicant or the company Medline. In fact, they stated that they were trying to hit a moving target. I submit to you that the codes and ordinances regarding this land clearing permit have not changed since we took, this administration has taken office. What we have done is taken a harder look at development and development within this parish. You can't have it both ways. You can't say if you have all these land clearing permits approved and you don't approve this one, then we won't have any development in the parish. We issued 248 residential permits in the department last month, which is the highest in 15 years. So I'm pretty proud of that fact on a reduced staff. So we're really cranking them out. However, we have a paper trail of the 5 months, and it's just a quick synopsis of it that I want to hand out to each and one of you. In fact, to Councilman Davis, Councilman Bender, Councilman Stefancic, and Councilman Lorino, I'd like to have, give y'all a copy as well, so y'all know what the staff has done over the past 5 months, 6 months, being in contact with the applicant and Medline. Every time we review a set of plans, give them comments, they'll correct them, but then they'll submit a new set of plans with additional problems that need to be corrected. It's a shell game that we were trying to hit a moving target with, trying to either approve or deny. So everything was always outlined in every official letter, and staff has always been very much in communication with the applicant. So I'm gonna pass these out, and I think it's just quite simply this. The staff has reviewed the submittals. Based on the science provided to our office, it's not anything that we would want to take place in this parish, and the burden should not be on the residents in the area or the taxpayers of this community. The burden should be on the applicant and their engineer to provide to us an approvable plan that we can either, just approve it or not.
Paul, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Brookter. I'll be even more brief than that. it's been closer to 8 months that we've been working on this, I believe. But to Mr. President Cooper's point, no building permit is required. No building permit is required to be able to pull a clearing permit. And none of the permits that have been issued for land clearing in St. Tammany Parish in 2020 have been imposed the same requirements and same criteria as this permit. None. And if you want us to submit that stack on the record, we're happy to do that because we got it from the parish. We got it through the parish, through a public records request. So that alone, if we're being subject to a different set of rules, when Mr. Buckles said, well, you'll have no more, have no more development in the parish, it wasn't if you deny this. It is that because of the rules and the criteria that you are implementing, that you're not going to have any more development because they can't be met. You can't stop stormwater, you can't contain stormwater if you can't clear the trees to build the retention. To Mr. Liner's point, he's right. The codes and ordinance have not changed. However, I would ask you then, how does this new criteria come into play? If the administration wants a different set of rules and regulations, there is a process by which you do that. There is a legislative process that the council sitting in this chambers can take up, and they can change the ordinance to codify these requirements and these criteria. But short of doing that, you cannot pick and choose that this one site is going to have this level of oversight and be subject to these rules and regulations, whereas all of these other sites are not. That, respectfully, is arbitrary and capricious. That is arbitrary and capricious. Simple as that. You've had a lot thrown at you tonight. You've had a lot of people appear before you. I would imagine you've never had the parish president come out and make a statement to you. So I know you're in a difficult position, and I know this is not something you're used to. But I would remind you, all you're here about is whether or not the same rules and regulations have been applied to this land clearing permit as to all of the others. And that's not been the case. And for that reason, the denial, I believe, should be overturned. Thank you.
Thanks. At this time, we've heard a lot of information, and based upon the information that you've heard today, do we have a motion?
Deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the St. Tammany Parish on the land clearing and the tree mitigation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second. Sean.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify which members are voting, because you did get up and you recognized the alternate. I just want to make sure I don't want to kick you out of the meeting by any means, but you did get up about 5 minutes into the discussion and recognize the alternate, and we need to make sure we're very clear about which members are voting. So, Mr. Chairman, is it your intention that the alternate was sitting for the board member who was absent for much of this discussion, or because the board member came back prior to the vote, should our original board member be voting?
He missed some of the information that was shared, but I think he needs to be recognized.
Okay, and that's your call.
Right. So we have a motion on the floor, second. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
Four in favor.
So the motion passed. Thank you all.
Good job. We have not adjourned.
Actually, that was, I don't know if that required a I don't know. I was, I think they understood.
You got a discussion on the motion? We haven't adjourned yet, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we haven't adjourned. I was waiting for a discussion on the motion. Thank you. Thank you for serving.
Can everyone please exit the chambers, please? Everyone please exit the chambers. Yeah, we have a...
Hey, Tom.
Sean. Come on, son. Kristen.
That's an annual or a term?
We're supposed to sit down? Yeah, everyone has to sit down at their respective.
I would like to nominate Mr. Guidry
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
for chairperson.
I second the nomination.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of that nomination?
Who's
raise
the
your hand.
nomination?
You.
See what happens when you don't pay attention?
Yeah.
I just question, I have one question. Mr. Brooker, why don't you want to be chairman? You've been vice chairman?
No,
and-
no, I'm gonna back up from all that. I'm gonna have Mr. Valentine as the co-chair. Vice chair.
Vice chair.
But that's next vote.
Do we have a motion up for that?
It's to vote. We have a motion and a second.
No, we had a motion, we only had a motion on Mr. Guidry.
Yeah.
And a second.
And we voted on him.
Nope, we didn't vote. We
Okay.
have a motion and a second.
All those in favor of that motion, Mr. Gator being the chairperson, let it be known by raising your hand.
Guess I have to
Okay.
vote.
All in favor?
Like to nominate Mr. Valentine as the co-chair.
I'll second that. Sean,
We have a motion on the floor and a second.
second.
All those in favor of Mr. Valentine being the co-chair?
Can I vote?
All in favor?
That's it.
You have the appointment of secretary.
That's you, huh? We don't have to appoint you.
Yeah, we do.
Huh? Oh, okay. I would like to nominate Helen Lambert as secretary.
I second the motion.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of that motion, let it be known by raising your hand.
All in favor?
How many cases we have?
For next month, if I'm not mistaken, 3 or 4.
Oh, okay.
Good.
I want to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second. Sean, nice meeting you, buddy.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
See you.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'll be. I'll be here.
Well, good.
Helen, I will be here.